Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, hi. Let's get over it. There will be frogs, don't worry. But first, we're going to get over it. Hope everyone's doing better than I have been the last couple of days. I'll expand on that later. But, you know, there's priorities, right? Oop. Wow. So one thing I've discovered is that switching machines and switching mice, I have to relearn everything every time. So that's really inconvenient. Because for complicated reasons, I was playing this on a different computer for several months and still often do. But, sir? It's really strange because it's almost like it almost seems like the slipperiness of the slope actually reacts to your mouse sensitivity, which can't be true. But there's just so many little micro movements you're doing in this without even realizing it that stuff just gets thrown off and you can't exactly tell what the problem is. Um, but you know, the problem is like you know when you get pretty good at this, you're like, oh man, no, I'm doing like shit. Like I can't get anything right. And then you finish getting over it, and it's an 8 minute time. You know, after people spend months trying to get through this game, and they're like, oh man, I'm doing terrible. And then you find out that you're, you know, 3 minutes below the speed run. Oh, it's good. It's good, actually. One of the best games of all. Definitely a gaudy for me. Uh, you know, if belatedly. This is certainly not my finest work. I'll tell you what. What are you smoking? I don't know. What have you been smoking for the last year? I've been VTubing since like 2020. Uh, what? Early 2024? Feels right. But you know, stick around because for once I'm actually gonna turn my webcam on. That's later though. Oops. Yep. This, like more than anything else, this is the section that I just cannot get consistent. I don't really fully understand what Bennett wants me to do here, but he says, "Yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it." I found somebody saying like, "Oh, that's what babies do to get past that section," and I'm just like, "Man, I think I'm doing just fine, thank you, sir." I don't, not that part. I am referring to the anvil jump. I don't think I need to do the wacky ass spin pogo thing that people recommend. Have I ever played Kernmantle? No, I have never heard of that. Is it like this? Because if so, maybe there's something to it. Oops. Ah, damn. howdy. Boy, howdy. Oh, man. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. I was doing okay up until now, but my mouse sensitivity just is not, whoa, is not what it is on the machine upstairs. And I don't know, is it the mouse? Is it, holy shit. Is it the mouse? Is it the damn, is it how I have it set in the game? Is it, because one machine is Windows 10 and one is, oh, well, we'll take that. We'll take that. Not ideal, but we'll take it. Oh, fucking, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Normally, this is pretty much a one and done for me at this point. Like maybe 2 tries. I usually have it. This is nuts. And I generally go up the right side rather than off the ledge. So, oh, okay. Well, we take that. We take that. All right, come on, Mud. Doesn't help. For some reason, my hand is cramping. Okay. Yeah, not ideal, but we take it. We take it. Okay. Well. Oh. Recently, I actually fell off of this for the first time in probably 2 years. So that was fun. It made me feel great. Okay. Oh, boy, howdy. Oh, mouse. Yo, yeah. Yeah? What do you, there? Well, okay, sure. Again, we take that. Nope. Missed the hole. That's what she said. Not ideal, but we take that. And I have never found a way to do that slope in less than 4 grabs, which feels so bad. But what can you... Oh, mouse. It's not me. It's not skill. It's not a skill issue, actually. It's the mouse. Watch me take... Ew, heavens. Watch me take 20 tries to do this noise. Oh boy, it's the mouse. You see, this is Logitech's fault. Oh heavens! Wow. Again, this should be a one and done. Ooh. Oh man, it was fine for the beginning, and now it just feels squirrely. Yeah, I can tell from the narration. This is probably. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna turn in maybe like a 10-minute, which is a bummer. That's weird, actually. Where was I stuck? I don't remember getting stuck anywhere. The keygen music that I was playing during the intro was actually that was music from various ZX Spectrum games. So just look up ZX Spectrum music on YouTube, and there's lots of playlists. The quality, I'll warn you, is really variable. It's really quite all over the place. Also, I am just dog shit at the rocks. I mess up the rocks as you see. See. Every single time I do this, and hopefully I don't fall back to earth here, but I haven't done that in a long time. But every time I do this, what you just saw is exactly what happens. I land in a spot that's stable, and then when I try to just nudge myself around the edge, I just go flying off to the side and just get this massive time loss. And I think, oh, yep, that wasn't adequate either. Went too fast. So, yeah. Oh, nope, there we go. All right, and we turned in about a... 9:16. Heavens to Murgatroyd. My PB is 6 minutes flat, so. Well. Okay. Also, Chris, thank you for the $5. Let me just flip through chat here. Let's do some chat replies here. Foreign Y, yes. Regarding the X-Eyes during the intro, I actually did have to spin the mouse around in order for the X-Eyes to look like that. It took me like 10 or 15 tries to get like a smooth orbit. And I just recorded it Well, I just tried it over and over and over and over, and then I cut out a segment and looped it. So it's pretty pretty tough. Anyway, but bum bum. Titus, good luck with burying your head in re the everything. That's what we're all doing. Fingers crossed, you make it work. Wolfman, I've never heard of Wolfman, but a lot of movies are garbage, so I'm not surprised. Totally normal says, I ended up printing out a picture of a mouse pad on cardstock to use as a mouse pad, and my life is so much better now. The mouse actually works. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, that works. How is he keeping the gold cauldron on? Is that a meta question, or is that, are you asking that diegetically? Like how? Okay, that's weird. I just OBS says it just had a disconnect for a moment. Everybody good? Let me know. Anyway, but I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in talking about any of the Linux things I complained about before. Sorry. This is not. It will not make for a fun stream, I assure you. Gray Bandit says, this always makes me think of QWOP. Hey, did you know that that was made by the same person? What kind of mouse do I use? I am currently rocking a Logitech Pro. I think that's the only name they have for it. It doesn't seem to have a more detailed name. But it's been all right. But I don't know. And trust me, sorry, we are going to have Frog Science facts. We just aren't there yet. Anyway. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like getting over. You control hands with gamepad sticks to climb and swing yourself. Oh, yeah. That's. I am familiar with the sort of game you're talking about, Freekill. And usually it's not quite my thing. No, it's not the G Pro wireless. It is a wired mouse, and on the bottom it just says Pro Gaming Mouse, and that is the only information other than some various part numbers that are very long. Anyway. This game does not play well with the trackball. Oh, I'll bet. Just flipping through the rest of the chat here. Okay, cool. All right. So, for the first time in a very, very long time, hello, hi, I'm on the webcam. And, oh, whoops. Hey, you know what? I lost chat. Oh, because I haven't used that scene in so long that I never copied chat over there. Very funny. Bingo. Bingo. I'll put that there. Anyway. Yeah, so the reason that I've not been on the webcam is because my house has looked like an absolute holy mess in several places for quite some time. Like my office at home was in the basement, and for a while I was able to keep up with it. And then it just got to a point where due to depression and water ingress, like the thing is, yeah, normally this mic has the wind sock on, little foam windsock, but I lost it somehow. I don't know what the hell happened to it. I need to buy a new one. And also, I don't know if you can see it, but the ear cups, yeah, you can see it. The ear cups are disintegrating. And that's what happens over time with every pair of headphones, really, unless they come with the fuzzy ear pads on them. Anything that's got the shiny ear pads, they always disintegrated over time. But these are the Audio-Technica BPHS ones. And I bought this because after I did streams for a bit, many years ago when I first started doing streaming, I tried several different mics. I hated all of them. I was just having a really bad experience with it, every mic I used. And I was like, man, I really want a sound that's sort of broadcasty. I'd like a sound that actually sounds sort of professional. Come on, Hair, work with me here. And pardon me. And I was looking around for where can I find a really pro grade headset, because nobody online really talks about this. People are all aiming either for, Streamers typically use a mic on an arm, and there's a lot of reasons to do that. You know, you're going to get your peak quality. A lot of people disagree that the Shure SM8, SM5, I don't remember. Anyway, the one that everybody uses does not actually sound that great. It just sounds very punchy. It's the NPR sound, and not everybody likes that. Um, I have a lot of beef with stationary mics, though, like mics on boom arms. I have a lot of trouble with them because I move away from the mic to breathe in, and then you can't hear me. SM7B, thank you. That's the guy. The SM7B, I think the Blue Yeti is sort of dying at this point. I don't think anybody's really cares about them anymore. Et cetera, et cetera. There's a number of like canonical mics that people use for streaming, none of which are really that great in terms of they have a sound which is very I guess I would call it focused, and it's very distinct. And when you're used to just crap, when you're used to just like gamer headsets, that have no particular pedigree, uh, then they do sound very impressive. It's a big step up. I'm not saying don't buy an SM7B if you don't have anything. If you can get one, get one. But I am saying that a lot of a lot of people are buying these uh, to the point where it's sort of the canonical option. But that doesn't mean it's actually ideal. It is not the best mic. There's no such thing as the best mic. That's really what this comes down to. The SM7B is not a bad microphone. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that mics all have character. They all have a different tone, different characteristics, and it's your choice what sound you want. But an awful lot of people don't make that choice because they're not actually recording experts. They're not actually audio people. They are performers. And typically a performer doesn't make that sort of decision. That's the job of their engineer. That's the job of their producer. And most performers uh, don't have engineers or producers. Oh wow, Mario, thank you so much for the 50 pounds sterling. Uh, I'm really glad you're enjoying the videos. I'm. I'll just one moment. I'll get back. I'll probably talk about this more later too. But like, I'm really happy to be back on the horse. Um, the whole period where I was just doing the little guys. That all ties into all of this. The period where I was just doing the little guys and hardly doing any studio videos, and things like that, for like almost a year, I was not happy, for a lot of reasons. Nothing I want to talk about, but nothing, no crises, no. Well, there were a couple, but just normal life stuff. But it all just sort of added up, and I didn't really see a way to dig myself out of it. It's not like I was in like a severe depressive state per se, but there were a lot of depressing things going on, and so like my office was a total mess. It was impossible to make it presentable. I tried to shoot these videos over in the corner, and I don't think it really, like, some people didn't notice the sort of cave-like ambiance of them, but many people did. I certainly did. And so I really wanted to get away from that eventually, even though it was kind of cool, that it was the way it was. But then, yeah, like I went back. I think I did the scanner video before all that, I want to say. I don't think it was or maybe it was the one I made right after I came back, as it were. I can't remember. Either way, I went back and looked at that. Uh, is the sewer fixed? Yeah, the sewer was fixed last year, and like for good. Like that's taken care of for good. Um, Thanks to everybody who helped me out. But anyway, yeah, now that I'm back to doing studio videos, like it really is. It was I wouldn't say easy to forget how much people liked them and how much I liked them, but at the same time, it kind of was a shocker when I went back doing studio videos and just saw the like engagement and the visible enjoyment just shoot back up. But I totally know why. Like, we don't need to dissect that. Like, I understand, there's a big difference between these things. Oh my God, Mario, I'm so sorry. Jesus. Uh, look, as somebody who has lost people before, you know that I'm gonna say this. This will sound trite, but I'm saying this in the right sense of it. I hope you're doing. I hope you're getting by. I hope you're doing okay. Like you never are after something like that happens, but you know what I mean. Um, when you lose people, you're never really. You never get over it. You never really fully recover, but there's getting over it, and then there's not getting over it. And in the sense that you ever do, I hope you're on the mend as much as you can be. Anyway, Black Raven, thank you for the donation. That song is called Idling, and I wrote it myself. It does not have a finished version because, hang on a second. So I just remembered do I have this in a folder? Where is my AdLib tracker folder? Is it under here? Is it in my emulators folder? It probably is. But the question is, do I have the one that plays under Windows? That runs under Windows, I should say. No, I think I lost that. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, do I have this in here? Oh, I do. I'm playing this because I can't remember if there's another measure. There might be. And that's it. That's all I wrote. So that's the reason I haven't released a full version of it, is because literally none exists. People keep asking for it, but I would have to actually finish. Yeah, I did. I got over it with Bennett Foddy in 9 minutes earlier. And just for the record, my PB is 6 minutes. I'm very proud of that. That's why I keep repeating it. Anyway, so going back to what I was talking about. So my office in the basement was a real mess, but also it was just like getting worse because of environmental stuff. And like the thing that you don't realize necessarily, until you're in it, is when you have a basement, water comes in, and there's no way around this. Every basement in the world, every basement everywhere, unless you live in a desert, there is water coming in. I don't really understand why it is that basements seem to largely be in places that have constant rainfall. Whereas like California, and most of the Southwest seems to almost never have them anywhere that I've been. I don't know what that's about. But in any case, like we had the water situation under control, and then we just stopped having it under control slowly over the course of the last 2 years. Like we just kept losing more and more ground. We don't have radon, actually, if you can believe that. We don't have a radon problem. We did test for that. And so, like when I was, for the first 8 years that I was using the basement office, it was more than tolerable. I really liked it, actually. And then over the last couple of years, it slowly started to smell. And then it started to really smell. Like some water came in. I don't know what it got into. Jazzius, there was a fellow in chat earlier. I guess, well, I don't about fellow, but anyway, somebody in chat earlier was just talking about losing somebody. Let's not go back to it. It's in the scroll back if you really want to see it. Watch the VOD. Anyway, but it just like, you know, there was no way to make the concrete look nice, and it was always cold, and it was just getting damper and damper and damper. And so the it just got to a point where like it wasn't really worth it to clean up down there anymore. Like I just couldn't get myself to do it in good faith, because what's the point? It's just gonna stink. It's just gonna, you know, stuff's just gonna get wet. Stuff's just gonna get ruined, etc. And you know, so what I ended up doing is I ended up spending a lot of time in Daria's room. I actually had to build a whole second PC. God, that sounds so petty, but God, that's a whole long story, because I had a second computer as a backup machine in case my PC died. Like if my desktop PC where I do my video editing died, out of the blue, I needed somewhere that I could pivot my production to. If I basically I didn't want there to be a day when my PC shits the bed, like the GPU dies, and I have to go, oh shit, time to spend, you know, $1,200, you know, on a GPU, or $2,500 on a whole new machine right here and now. So I got a machine preemptively, and it was this gaming laptop from Lenovo, specifically so that I would have something to fall back on, so I wouldn't have to just, you know, in an emergency just buy a whole new PC, because that sucks. So when I had the money available, I decided to buy myself a backup machine. Well, I decided, you know, once the basement started getting shitty, I just went up into Daria's room and just set up that laptop and was just using that, you know, for months. And my, you know, PC was hardly getting used, so the basement just got worse and worse and worse. And because I wasn't down there, and I didn't want to be down there. Anyway, long story short, after like a year of this, Daria just put her foot down and said, "You need to knock this shit off. Stop trying to live in the basement." She's wanted me to move out of the basement for years. And so she finally put her foot down and said, "Fuck you. You're getting out of the basement." And so she managed to find room to just rearrange everything on the first floor of the house, so that my office can actually be in, you know, where the humans are instead of underground. And I didn't think it was possible, and I didn't think that the compromises, you know, were worth it for me, because I thought of that room as being bigger and more useful. And it turns out none of that was worth it. So anyway, the moral of the story is that I actually have a presentable space for the first time really since I moved in, really in my life. This is like the cleanest room I've ever had. That laptop was as fast as a desktop, and boy howdy, is that ever a topic in itself, because okay, this is going to sound really bougie, but just deal with me, okay? What ended up happening with that laptop in the fullness of time is that I ended up, whoa, my YouTube chat in my browser has completely frozen. Please hold. Oh, my browser is having a lot of interesting problems. I think it's being eaten by some Linux or something. Anyway, but basically, the laptop was a Lenovo Legion, and it had an utterly show-stopping USB bug, where like I had gotten it to do video editing on, and it was a pretty beefy machine. It had like an RTX 2070 in it, I think. Or maybe it was a 3070. I don't remember. Mobile edition, but still pretty good. Oh, thank you for the donation, James. Oh, I really appreciate it. Hey, listening to dozens of hours of your videos as I navigate some positive but stressful life changes. You're welcome. I'm glad I can help. I'm going to tell you two things. One, it's really great when people tell me that anything that I make is able to help them relax and get through hard times. Also, I definitely do that with a lot of other people's videos, particularly Jeremy Parrish and Crontendo, and also sometimes my own. Like, I watch my old videos partly to sort of, to improve myself, to get better at the job, like by looking back at things I did in the past and going, oh, here's how I could have done that better. Here's how I could have you know, here's something I used to do that maybe I should go back to, that sort of thing. But also sometimes I just watch them because like when I'm stressed, you know, and depressed and feeling like defeated, especially like when I'm trying to make a video and I just can't seem to make it happen, like what happened with this last one, I'll watch through my old ones, you know, and just like celebrate some W's. So I actually completely understand. Like, yeah, my videos can be relaxing. I know. Anyway, for some more extremely self-centered sounding bullshit, uh, I so I had this Legion laptop, and it fairly quickly became apparent that it was actually useless for the intended purpose, because I would try to edit video on it, and like I had tested it when I got it, and I had done a little bit of light editing on it, um, but uh, it seemed to work fine. And then when my PC actually became inaccessible and unusable due to the basement situation, I'm like, that's not okay, no problem. We'll just plug all my Samsung T5 SSDs into the laptop. That's what I got it for. Start editing, immediately find out that after editing for about 5 to 10 minutes, it resets the USB hub, the USB root hub, and disconnects everything and crashes DaVinci Resolve. And just does this over and over and over every few minutes. And so it's completely useless. And even if there was some solution available, no. This is not a problem a computer should have. No, I am not interested in any do this power saving. No. No discussion. Okay? No desktop computer in the world would ever do this. And it's just intolerable, and it's a thing that would only happen on a laptop. But I assumed it was an AMD machine for complicated reasons. And I'm like, okay, I think this is an AMD problem, because every AMD machine I've owned in my life had AMD problems, these weird, mysterious Heisenberg bugs. And the media server is fine. That the NAS I built is still fine, but that is a whole separate story. That's a whole complicated story, completely separate. Anyway, I ended up going out and buying another Lenovo Legion. It was the same thing, but like 2-3 years newer. And because I was sure that this was an AMD bug. No, exact same problem. So I had sold the old laptop to a friend for friend prices. And I bought this one brand new at full price. And I was so mad when it turned out to have the same problem that I decided I'm like, you know what? I could return this, or I could turn this stupid bullshit situation into something productive. So I have a friend who's really struggling to get into game dev, because they're trying to make like a modern game, and like they're on a computer that is just hideously outdated, many, many, many years out of date, and like a 1070 graphics card. So I just gave them the laptop for Christmas, and it was the only way to feel better about it, because if I'd sold it, I would not have made back the money. You know, it would have been a fraction of what I paid for it, because computers depreciate the moment you buy them. Nobody wants to buy them used. And if I kept it, it would just be useless to me. There'd be no way to make it, usable for my needs. So I'm just like, fuck it. You know what? I'm so mad at this stupid bullshit. It's an act of revenge to give this machine to someone for which it will actually improve their life. So that finally made me feel better about the whole situation. But yeah, I ended up having to bury even more money into all this by building a new desktop PC that it does not have the problem. Unsurprisingly, it works just fine because it's a desktop. So Starlight, please take this the right way. That's what you get for buying a consumer fills in every single brand name of every computer in history. I'm sorry. But I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you when I was working at a computer store for several years, which is, oh, you're buying a hard drive? Well, just make sure that you only buy a Seagate. Make sure you only buy a Seagate, because Western Digital, IBM, blah, 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 all blow up. And then the next guy comes in and says, make sure you only buy a Western Digital, because Seagate, IBM, Hitachi, etc., they all blow up. And then the next guy comes in and says, make sure you only buy a Hitachi, because Seagate, I have heard it from everybody about everything. There is no consistency. It has nothing to do with manufacturers. It is every single machine that comes out of one of these companies is made by a new team that has never worked at that company before. Every single one is a total, like a completely new list of compromises. It's just, there is no expertise in this industry. Nothing ever sticks. They'll fix a problem, then they'll break it, and then the model's sold right next to it. They'll fix a problem, then they'll break it next year. They'll break something and leave it broken for 3 years while nobody else has the problem. But don't worry, because somebody else has a different problem that this. It's all bullshit, and I will agree with this. Yes, Fukuro Mafia, the consistency is that laptops suck. Yep. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Laptops all suck. So anyway, so moving forward to more pleasant topics, I am now here in this room, so I'm a lot less embarrassed about my space. And as you can see, I have, oh my God, I just broke my webcam. That's not as big a deal as it sounds like. I'll get back to that. But anyway, I have painted this wall. You know what? Oh, the white balance on the camera is off. You're not getting the right impression of the color of the wall. Let me fix that. Please hold. I need to replace this camera because I broke the tripod mount out of it months ago. And I'm sort of able to kind of get it working, but kind of not. All computers are bad. Your operating system is a piece of shit. Okay, I'm going to go into the Elgato Facecam here. We're going to go to configure video. We're going to go down to the white balance, and we're going to uncheck this. And then we're going to push it to about, what do we think? There, right? And then pull down the saturate. Wow. You know what? This camera has trouble with white balance. Well, that's a shame. Huh. Yeah, I'm pleased with the lamp. I found that lamp at Lowe's, and I actually like it quite a bit. Well, let me see if I have a... Please hold. Let me see if I have a better picture. So I'd like to show you what the room looks like. Okay, let's do that one. And that one's pretty good. And... oh, shit. Do I not have a picture where the... well... Oh, I don't have that angle. All right, well, whatever. Anyway. Oh man, after adjusting the white balance, now my brain is having trouble processing it. Now my brain thinks that everything is a different color. Oh, and to wit, oh my God, my phone pictures also have messed up white balance for what should be obvious reasons. Phones. Y'all hear about this? There are gonna be frog science facts in this stream, by the way. We're just not there yet. Anyway, there we go. Okay, so that's the actual color, and let me just get another picture here. Here we go. Yeah, that should do. Let's do browser source. Bingo bango. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's not a blue, just the webcam makes it look blue. That's why I was so upset about the white balance situation, because it was like really misrepresenting it. Anyway, here, let me show you why it's that color. There we go. That's why. So, and actually to this end, let me get you another picture here because I'll show you the color scheme that I'm going with. Here we go. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so basically I was taking inspiration from this. Yeah, so like when I initially painted the wall at my office, the background color from the Windows 95 desktop, I did it by literally uploading a screenshot of Windows 95 to the paint company's website. Um, and they just gave me a scheme based on it. But I only ever ended up using the blue. And so just to be clear, this is not a Solaris. I don't think this is a Solaris unique color scheme. I think it was available in other Unices. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe this was Solaris specific because that sort of is their colors. But anyway, I liked the gray. I liked the dark gray. I was thinking almost about that sort of magenta they're using for the window border, but nah. That's a bit much. But definitely the purple is a nice contrast. Also, yeah, let's I think somebody noticed this, that it's very easy to miss this situation. This is going on here. She's there, but it'd be very easy to only notice that one. Now, to this end, I will say that, again, the color balance is off here, but yeah, this also happened. So they're liking it. They're digging the room. Oh, thank you, Kennel, for the donation. They don't make frogs in a Solaris shade of purple. Yeah, that's probably true, actually. They do make frogs in like a darker purple, but I don't know about this one. The violet is only Solaris specific. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, that's Udon, baby. They may visit. I know a lot of people have missed the cats on my streams, and hopefully that'll change. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, it's nice to actually have a decent looking room, and Daria knows I'm grateful for it, but I can't say it enough. Anyway, so that just leaves us with one solution, with one thing left to do here. We need some frog science facts, and to that end, some people were here when I first played this, some people were not. There we go. Oh, this is okay. So this is an interesting problem. My gamepad's not connecting, and the game forgot my resolution settings. Maybe because I didn't save. I don't know. I played part of this game on a previous stream, the Linux stream, and the music is absolutely wonderful. Hello, hi. Clive does that whenever I leave. Oh, I forgot that the music gets better. God, the music in this game is so choice. I haven't played that much of the game yet, and I'd like to play a lot of it on this stream, so we'll see how that goes. But God, the music is good. Anyway, also, if I turn off the webcam feed to Clive entirely, he does this. Every time. 100% of the time. I love it. Like, he's still picking up the audio, but... And I turn it back on. I would love fan art of Clive. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, this game honestly has really strong DS energy. Okay, now, for some reason, and I don't know why this is, but I don't have any gamepad input. Even though the gamepad is connected. So, I gotta figure that out. Hope I don't need to restart it. Anybody notice how long this song is? This is like a 4 or 5 minute song. Okay, yeah, I think maybe it doesn't detect the damn... Yeah, I think it doesn't... maybe I need to restart to get to detect the controller. I don't know. Weird. I don't know that I really have a Clive ref sheet per se. Okay, so I'm going to exit this. I might need to do some sort of nonsense like, you know, use the Steam controller. This is weird. Every time I exit the game, it forgets my settings. Oh, okay, but the controller works now. Maybe I have to actually save a game before it saves my settings, but that'd be really weird. Kid wakes up. Gosh, I love the art in this game. I'll fix the ass ratio in a minute. I think this game is fascinating for its use of like two-dimensional camera techniques that most people, that most developers are too cowardly to use. The ass ratio, you know, how wide versus how tall it is. Okay, so for anybody who wasn't here for the previous stream, where I played the open source version of this game, Fregato is an absolutely delightful Metroidvania with possibly the best motion of any indie game I have ever played. I'm playing the Steam version here, and I played it a bit. I played this specific version a bit after that stream, and it is, if anything, better. Everything about it, like every single, just tiny bit of it, is positively delightful. There are like no notes. So, can I rebind my controls here? Jump, tongue. Okay, so there is an attack separate from the tongue. Okay. I still might need to rebind it, but we'll see. Anyway, it is incredibly charming. The music is absolutely wonderful. It's got just so much personality. I love, like, there are so many people who make, you know, I don't know what this guy is supposed to be. He looks like a potato. Anyway, so many people who make retro-themed games tend to stick to retro camera angles, and and resolutions. So, like, you'll get a game that just looks like either a pixel perfect, NES or SNES game or something, or it'll be like a higher resolution, but it'll be fixed at that resolution, and even though it is technically violating the limitations of the platform that it's simulating, by having more pixels or more colors or whatever, you never notice it because mostly it tends to stick to the feel of that platform. But then you have a game like this where they're clearly aping like a GBA. I would peg this as like a GBA game kind of art style. But they're willing to use a very large resolution, give you a huge field of view, and zoom the camera around, and they do so much with it. Yeah, I'm afraid I am not using Blue Sky, and I am never going to. I squatted an account on there just so that I wouldn't get, but other than that, I am not on any social media, and I don't intend to ever be. However, feel free to email me. Anyway. And yeah, this game is quite old. Everybody slept on it. It's really quite sad. I was thrilled when I found out about it because I absolutely love Metroidvania. It's my favorite genre by a long shot. Gosh, I'm loving this Chrono Cross overworld music. Like, it's not as good as Chrono Cross, but you get my meaning. Fregato Grotto is also just a delightful little play on words. I'm glad this guy can stick to walls. That is as it should be. Frog.jpg. I don't think frogs can actually do that, but they should be able to, and everybody knows it. He did a little tumble back there. Hang on. Can we replicate that? Oh, I'll bet it's because I jumped over a... Yep, if he falls more than his jump height, he does a little tumble. And naturally, being a frog, we can swim. You know what? Now that I think about it, frogs can stick to surfaces. Like, I don't think they can necessarily walk up them on purpose the way like geckos do. But they could. Frogs stick. Yeah, they can. What am I talking about? Frogs stick to surfaces all the time. Okay, remember how I promised the stream would have frog science facts, and I don't even know the most basic frog science facts? You can expect this level of attention to detail from this frog stream. Oh, he's chubby now. I forgot that this game had Kirby mechanics. Can I attack yet? I thought I was supposed to have an attack. I mean, I can slurp, so at least there's that. I thought I could interact with this fountain, but I guess I can't. I could have sworn. Yeah, there's such a strong Rayman energy going on here. Yeah, like you eat them and you spit them out, and there's like, oh, what happened? Oops, got. Oh, you know what? Hang on, let me double check. But I think if I go back to that fountain, I think now that I've taken some damage, I think it heals me. Yep. Okay, I knew it did something. Oh, well. Can't get that. Went in the bramble. Oops. Ah. Okay, so they do drop health sometimes. Oh, right. I don't know if it's coming across. Are you getting this base? Chrono Cross base. I'm going to turn up a little bit. God, I love the fretless bass. It's so good. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, once you play for a little bit, you realize why they made that song so long. It's because, yeah, they're leveraging it. Good on them, you know? These are the frog facts. You're getting them right now. Also, I really like that for the warp points, you've got to stand on them for a bit for them to fully activate. I don't know if that's necessary for them to become possible destinations, or only if you want to actually warp. But I think that's such a neat thing that just, like, you could just press up, but the fact that you don't, I kind of dig. I don't know if it's Neen or Nini. I love that the music mutes when you go underwater. So good. You know, I could swear I'm supposed to have a proper attack. Hang on a second. Yeah, I can't rebind that. Well. Oops, I died. No, okay, yeah, looks like I don't. It's just the tongue right now. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked the new video. It was so much work. Like, I realize I say that a lot, but man, I was just in it for so long. Oh my God, if you drop into the water while you have something in your belly, you just sink like a rock. That's really funny. I wonder if that's going to be a game mechanic later. Anyway, that video was so much goddamn work. I kept having to not quite restart from scratch, but I did keep having to sort of redo things. Like, the premise didn't really change, but I kept learning new information, and it didn't, like, break the narrative I'd already written. Like, none of my initial conclusions really changed over the course of the video's development, but it is hard to integrate new information into a single cohesive narrative. And, like, I don't know. There are some people who would have handled that video by making 2 totally unrelated videos. But I didn't think that worked because, to me, man, how to put it? It's like you do all this work to set up the context. You don't want to have to come and set it up again. And so I think it would have been, oh, that's a guy. Can we talk about the design of this bird guy here? It's just a bird head with 2 legs. Totally original. Or does he have a pair of little tiny feet down there and he's like standing on his wings? Is that what's going on? Maybe? Oh, that is exactly what was going on. I do kind of like that Fregato is sort of a doofus and an asshole. Who wants to play a nice person in a game? And I don't mean you want to play a super mean person. You just want to play somebody who's a dipshit. You know. Anyway, anyway, regarding the video, I didn't want to make 2 different videos that have to do the entire setup each time. I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to set up all of that, front load all that information or mid load all that information, and I also didn't want to leave any of it out. Like, I felt that I almost cut out the part where I talked about the history of Laserdisc, and I did cut it down in the end and integrate it a bit better than it was, but I was really intent on talking about how, the effect that Laserdisc had on everything and how it changed, basically invented the concept of home movie, enthusiasm, if you will. By the way, this game is just such furry bait. She just has this huge gun, I think, just all the time. There's some ants down there. I never get over the music. The music is so good. I like that you don't have an inventory. You just have to carry the key down there like Super Mario Brothers 2. It's really good. Honestly, like, it kind of is a strong Super Mario Brothers 2 energy in a lot of ways. What with the whole using enemies as ammo business, Wait, so are these the ants? Oh, whoa. Oh, I think that was an explosive box, and I think it exploded inside of me. Very funny. I have to talk to her again. Oh. I just realized that he has footsteps. He's got big wet plaps. Delightful. All right. I'm also realizing that... Ow, shit. Wait, do these boxes all turn into bombs when you pick them up? They do. Huh. Oh, no, okay, that wasn't it. It was this thing fell on my head. Okay, I couldn't see it due to the, well... It is a little dark in here. Oh, hey, that worked. I didn't expect that to work. Ah, no, Metroid jump. There we go. Whew. The way that wall jumps work in this is a little odd, because if you're standing against one, you can't cling onto it. You've got to jump into it. You got to have some momentum, or you won't cling. I mean, it makes sense, but still. But also, at this stage of the game, I don't think that I have a way to kill this guy without getting an item. So if I destroyed all the crates, I don't know what I would have... Oh, I guess this one respawns. Well, there's an answer question. Yeah, the sound design in this is absolutely phenomenal. Really, really, really good. Oh, Jess, delightful. I'm glad to spread the good word of Fregato. Not that I know where it goes after the first, pretty much after here. A souvenir from the militia, a fire talisman. Okay, so I think this is going to give me a primary weapon. Right? Yep. Press Q and W to switch between abilities. Well... I don't have that on my gamepad, so... Have a good night, Adelina. I can't rebind those, ever? Yeah. Yeah, sure enough. Oh, okay, we actually have like a little... Oh, it recharges. Okay, cool. What am I going to do about this? Am I going to have to use Steam input to do some magic here? That seems likely, TBH. Yeah, because I definitely want to be able to switch that from the... Or does Steam input allow mapping to keyboard keys? Okay, I need a couple minutes to go see if I can fix this. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. So I'm having the delightful problem, which I've encountered before, which that Steam input can't mask the controller from the game. So although it can generate the keyboard keys, it can't stop the game from seeing the underlying gamepad inputs as well, because it's just using raw direct input. And so while I can now use the shoulder buttons to select items, I can't change how the keys are mapped, because it always just sees the underlying inputs anyway. So, yeah, like, there is the option of, getting Joy-to key, I think it is, and using that instead, but whatever, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's not a big deal. Well, okay, we've gotten our first bit of movement tech, in the sense that now I can clear those things, and there were some of those things back near the beginning, so I should warp back there and vaporize them. Oh, I'm being silly. We just go this way and then come back, and those things should be back, and then I can just climb on them. How about that? Oh, interesting. There we go. Now, can I get over it with Bennett Foddy, or... whatever. Alright, let's just go back to the beginning and torch those things and see what we get for it. Probably get some coins, but you never know. As I said earlier, just all the movement in this game feels absolutely delightful. It's really spot on. Just totally locked in. A lot of indie games are like, they're alright, but many of them don't have the tightest movement. And then you encounter one once in a while that's just perfect. Just absolutely perfect. Jay Wald, thank you so much for the donation. Once again, I'm glad I've been able to do anything to help with, feeling better in this difficult world. Okay, so my guess is that this actually gates access to a whole section of the game that I straight up don't need to be in yet. Okay, but also, as I suspected, okay, so the game has a duality in the enemy system where you've got some enemies, you've got a whole category of enemies that can be slurped, and then you've got a bunch of enemies that can't. And so at any given moment, I'm guessing I'm going to have a supply of slurpable enemies to use as ammunition, exactly as I'm doing here. Well, if I wasn't... Although I guess this sort of illustrates how that's not the best strategy. Okay, but things actually catch fire when you apply fire to them. Don't know what this does. So, kind of an interesting mechanic here where you've got to be switching back and forth between the tongue and not the tongue, instead of the tongue just being on its own button, which is what I expected initially. Oh, okay. Throwing that guy into water just murks him. Now, presumably... Oh, you can actually use fire underwater. Oh, would you look at that? I didn't expect that. Okay. Oh, weapon energy. Yeah, that probably is what it is. Here, let's see. Oh, wait, we're not... Oh, underwater, you don't use weapon energy. I guess because... I don't know. I guess maybe because you don't have a normal attack that really works as well. I'm not sure. Well, anyway. Oh, no, I think it is. Oh, no, it is. Okay, it just uses it really, really slowly. Ah, okay. Can we dash underwater? Nope. Swim is just swim. I'm really curious if the tone of this game is going to take a big shift, because I can imagine that it would. I can imagine that it would become very, dark and twisted like the Joker at some point. But, like I said, I haven't even gotten this far before. Like, I've gotten as far as you saw on the previous stream where I played this. That's about it. So, everything's new to me. But I'm really curious if it just sort of maintains this, or if things get a little bleaker. And I bring this up because the thing that this most reminds me of is one of my favorite games of all time, whose name I can't remember, which is part of why it's so fun. Which is it Monster Boy? Is it Wonder Boy 3: The Dragon's Trap? I think that's it. I think Monster Boy is a separate thing, but I can never remember. Anyway, but the interesting thing about Wonder Boy 3, which I should probably play through at some point, there's probably a lot of people who haven't seen it, and it's such a fun game, and it's so ahead of its time. But in addition, it hits a lot of the same notes as this. It is a shockingly ahead of its time Metroidvania. This one is not so much, but it's still sort of ahead of its time, given that it's from, I think, 2010, which is not quite when, like, the indie Metroidvania revolution had really happened, per se. So, there's that. But all the same, it's not nearly as ahead of its time as Wonder Boy was, where you're talking about a game that was from, like, 86, something like that, but it has basically all the elements of a modern Metroidvania, and a modern Major General. Wonder Boy was not only like an early Metroidvania experience, but it was one that basically got everything right. So it wasn't like a proto anything. It just was. Like, it's a game that you could release on Steam now, and if you didn't tell anybody that it was actually very, very old, nobody would know. I mean, this it couldn't be 86, because that's, I think, the same year as Metroid, but it was very close. It was like 87 or 88, I want to say. It was very, very early. And everything about it. And, sorry, I should say, this was a Master System game, okay? So, this thing came out before, like, Mega Man 3. Maybe Mega Man 2. Like, it's very old. Not this game, but Wonder Boy. And the music is incredible. It's some of the best music you've ever heard in an 8-bit game, hands down. Maybe I'll play a little bit of it. Let me take a break here. The character art, absolutely delightful. Every single character in the game is so charming, and they have so much personality. There's so much humor in the game. The environments are so distinct and so, they've got so much identity. And these are all things that, like, companies were struggling to figure out back then, and Westone just nailed it in one go. Like, they had made several games in the series before that were good, but they didn't come close. This was a sudden and astonishing leap forward in terms of the state of the art. This company just figured it out like that. And when I first played it, it was by simply stumbling across it on a Master System ROM collection I was playing. And I didn't know what to think. I was like, is this like a 2000s homebrew game that leaked, got into this collection? But no, it was just really, really, really ahead of its time. Well, anyway, the interesting thing about it, though, is that while it is a very serious, Wonder Boy 3 is a very serious, in some places quite challenging, and very well put together, action game. Oh, so that's why I saved right there. But the question is, did the saving do anything? Because this guy is back, and I'm now realizing, wait a minute, where, do I have an inventory? Where have these coins been going? This is suddenly occurring to me. Hang on a moment. Huh. Oh, hello. You've died since the last checkpoint. Until you reach a different one, you won't find any secrets. What? Oh, hey, little bug there. This text had an outdated, this is outdated from the previous one until I switched over there. Okay. Okay, but still. Okay, there we go. I have 69 money. Am I part of the furry community? I have been a furry most of my life. Okay, well, I guess inventory is on I then. Okay, that is definitely a weapon refill. Okay, cool. Whoa! Y'all saw that, right? That was a bug. Okay, so that's a save point, but it does not restore my health. You know, as noted, I don't even know if I'm supposed to be over there yet. Technically, like, I'm probably off the critical path here. So I think, actually, I'm going to go back to the default path. But, I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. I'd like to take just a moment, because probably I'd guess a lot of people here have never seen Wonder Boy 3. Let me just see real quick if I have an easy way to fire that up, because I'd actually like to, I'd actually like to show you a little bit of it, because we could be playing this game all day. I don't know. Oh yeah, Adelina, go ahead. Just send it to cathoderaydude@gmail.com. Master System, USA. Ah, yes, here we go. Install a core here. Yeah, Cave Story was like the... You know, not to say it was the only one, but I'm just saying, like, it was the gold standard. And, God, things just... They weren't that, there weren't that many options for a long time, you know? There really weren't. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if we can load this up. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, I'm going to close Fregato for the moment because of the music situation. Okay. And then, okay. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Okay, is this the one? Okay, this is not the one. Sorry, I'm looking for... I want to find the Kron Sega or Kron Tendo, I can't remember which, Wonder Boy explainer, because it's very, very strong. Okay, maybe that was actually over in Crontendo. Damn it. Well, anyway, in one of the Crontendo episodes, Dr. Sparkle did a breakdown of the entire Wonder Boy series and all the many, 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 many branches it took. And it is extremely funny, if you ask me. It just goes on and 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 on. Basically, the Wonder Boy series got so many releases in so many different areas on so many platforms, and all of the names were different. So it's like Wonder Boy 3 was Monster Boy 2 in some places, or like Wonder Boy 4 Monster World 3, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Hello, Frame Buffer. Anyway, but all right, well, let me check my electronic mail here. One moment. The +2 on my shoulders is because I'm based on a ZX Spectrum +2. That's the one that came out after the 128K. And I'm sorry. Oh shoot, what was your name? Adelina, did you? Let me know when you sent that email because I'm looking for it. Anyway, built on budget. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for the donation. The 7 users 1 PC follow up is in the works somewhere. Yes, it's a long time coming because I want to do a I want to do one on Windows Multipoint, and I have a few things in the works for how to make that happen. But it is a bit involved. So, all right. Let me. Okay, there we go. Okay, is this just going to work? Good. Okay, hopefully this just works. Well, I feel like we should have sound right now. I'm pretty much positive we should have sound right now. So. Oh, nope, there we go. Okay, there's just no sound at that point. All right. Actually, wait a minute. Did that say Monster World? Yeah, it did say Monster World 2. Oh my god, I just loaded up a ROM called Wonder Boy 3 and it came up as Monster World 2. So there you go. Yeah, they absolutely could not keep their names straight. All right. This is one of the best games I've ever played in my life. We're just going to play a little bit of it. Before you is the Monster World. Overcoming various hardships, you have at last entered into the monster's castle. Your target is the dreaded dragon's room. So this is... So right from the get-go, we do something very interesting, which is we are replaying the last few moments of the last game in the series. So this is literally, this is how the Wonder Boy 2 ended. So much like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which you start out by playing the last room of Rondo of Blood, I think it is, this is the same thing. Now, right off the bat, you may notice that, like, there's so much personality in the character designs. Like, look at the eyes on my dude here, and the monsters have such a look to them. The other thing is, we're actually in a maze. You can actually spend hours here if you don't know that this is the exact path you have to take. If you were to go to the right there, you could just keep going around and around and around forever. So then we go into this weird sci-fi room here. I never understood what this was about, but it was, again, in the original game. Alright. And now it's time to fight the dragon. If I can remember how to enter this... That's right, you have to press and hold. Alright. So, here he is. Sorry about the flashing lights. There will be flashing lights till this is over. I don't know if the original boss was any harder than this. Ow. Oh, and much like in Castlevania, you start out at full health, as if you were, you're fully charged up as you would be at the end of the previous game. In fact, okay, no, I think in the remake, and there is a remake of this, I think in the remake you actually have all your inventory items from the end of the previous game. Okay, there we go. So we get, oops. So all these icons fly out, but also that little sprite follows you around. And if you can avoid him for a while, you can pick up a lot of coins. Anyway, so now you've been cursed, quote-unquote, and turned into a much better form of life. Buddy, I'm trying to shoot you. Like, just objectively, like, you've got fireballs now, and you didn't before, so this is just better? I didn't update the now playing text because we're not actually switching games, okay? This is just a temporary... We're temporarily playing... Yeah, no, let me fix it. Oh, there we go. Excellent. It does have the inventory in here. Let me see. Now playing. Where is it? There we go. Dragon's Trap? Yes. Okay. So, I think if I was able to get into this before the boss fight, I would have found that all this stuff was maxed out, but now we don't have anything. We've just got the basic... We've just got the basic fireball and nothing else. So we're Lizard Man. Okay. This room is fascinating and iconic because it drops all these bricks on you. And so you're running through here, and like the castle's falling down, so you're in a hurry. You think it's going to fall on your head at any moment. Of course, it won't. There's no timer here. But so as you're running through here, you'll notice the bricks are doing almost no damage. You're going through here, and you're freaking out, and you think you're going to get killed by these bricks because you're not noticing that your health isn't really going down. And then you get to the end of the hallway. And shit, you can't get out, and you just have to wait here. And it slowly builds a set of stairs. It is such a cute little touch to add to the game. There we go. Now you can get out. I don't know why that door is there. I've never found out what you're supposed to do with it, because you could never come back here. So I don't know if it's just decoration or if there was actually a secret key in there somewhere you could have collected. All right, there we go. Proceed with your adventurous undertaking. Enjoy your delicious moments. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I misspoke. This was released in '89. We're going to enjoy this music now. It's so pleasant. And so now we're just in it. I love the pig merchant. All the merchants of this are absolutely delightful. So let's go into some stores. Not here. There's another store. There's another shop here somewhere. I think, do we have to go up to get to it? Don't worry, we're going to look at the remake. Here we go. Shopping, please. Like, the pig with the eye patch and he's smoking? Shopping, please? It's delightful. Oh, you'll also notice that I've been knocked back to level 1. All my health disappeared and I have no gold, etc., etc. So, yeah, just, I don't want to miss this, so just in case anybody had not picked up on that, there is a remake of this, which is one of the best game remakes I've ever seen in my life. Let's see. Yeah, so then there's her. And I think there's one more shop. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Cuphead probably did copy this pig. And yeah, the shop music is so good. All the music in this is absolute top tier. It just doesn't get... it doesn't get any worse. It does not stop from being excellent. In fact, let's see if we can get out of the... This is the game's equivalent to the Zelda secret music. It's so good. Okay, then we go in here. And then that takes us out, or we fall down here. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Okay, so you've got to get up to go through that other door. I'm actually struggling to remember how you start the game, because it's not immediately obvious. Oh, I think we go through here, right? Yes, and jump into the well. Whoop. This has so much depth. Oh, also, when you crouch, he curls up into a little ball! Look at him! It's so good! Yeah, the trampoline physics is good. Like, in '89, there were so many, like, 8-bit developers that were just struggling to figure out how to do basic game stuff. Here we go. The music is so good. I love it. And that's what made me fall in love with the game was the music. And then I kept playing it. And like, this is a game that is absolutely worth playing through on the original platform. Okay. Okay. So having said all that, me save state. Okay. And then I'm going to go to Steam. Okay. Yes, this is the one. Okay. I'm now installing the remake because I cannot recommend the remake enough. It makes everything better, including they redid all the music. And, oh, they nailed it. They nailed it so well. We'll do more Frog Fractions shortly. Oh, you might get some hitches because I'm hitting my internet connection kind of quick to to download this from Steam. I hope like the point I'm driving at though is made, which is that the energy, the shared energy here between this and Fregato is really intense. Like, yeah. Ah, here we go. Adelina, I've received your message. Oh my gosh, there he is. Okay, hang on. Wait, where'd that go? Oh, there he is. Okay. Hello. Oh, he's... Excellent. Very, very good. Thank you so much. I love him. I loved him already, but I also love this him. Thank you, Adelina. I really appreciate it. I have gotten other fan art of Clive, which I don't have handy, I don't think. Is that true? Do I have any other Clives handy? No, I'm afraid I don't have any. I need to have a. I really need to get a Clive fan art folder so that I can show off people's wonderful work. Anyway, all right. Let me. Okay, so Lizard Cube were these indie devs from, gosh, Brazil, I think, who somehow managed to get the license to remake this game, and just every pixel, every byte of this exudes sheer love. It's just, the passion is astonishing. And it's the original game. Like, it's the same game. So, you got genders now? Okay, so the left trigger switches soundtracks. I guess there was no soundtrack at this point. And the right trigger switches graphics, because this is literally the original game. It's running the original game. So you can just switch back and forth at any point. So we start out here, but it's actually here. I'd also like to point out a Easter egg, which I discovered, and I thought it was a bug, and apparently a lot of people did. If you keep hitting this, it loses a little bit of momentum each time. So if you had any doubts, there is no trickery afoot. You can straight up do this. The one thing I'll say is I don't think this is literally the original game. I don't think it's like an emulator or anything, because the movement is different. There are slight changes. But obviously, like, you could tell that the love put into this art is... yeah, it's really wonderful. Like, everything has been redrawn with so much detail. And like, the movement felt good to begin with, and now it feels better. I think the kid might actually be hitching on every footstep. I think it actually is like applying a realistic motion to his walk cycle. Bud? I didn't know you could push him off the screen like that. Can you do that in the... Oh, I guess you can do that in the original, in the 8-bit mode. Here's this little bastard. We can get some coins, but there's no point because you lose everything anyway. But it is fun. Oh, he got me! I love... He just looks so mad. Little Dragon Deuce is so pissed. Just look at him. Oh, and when you crouch, whoop, whoop, this little animation. Whoop, whoop. The animations are all perfect because that's the thing. So going back to what I was saying earlier, you recall how I led into this. I was saying that the thing about this game is that even though it's quite a serious game, it maintains this. It maintains this very cheerful and whimsical energy all the way through, right? Which is not, completely unique or anything, but it's a thing that I think people don't do as much anymore, except when they overdo it, in my opinion. This has like a children's book kind of energy to it that you just don't really get in stuff anymore, in my opinion. Even Mario sort of losing it, if you ask me. I absolutely believe you should buy this remake. Please buy this remake. I'm so for it. Look at this little run animation. Look at his fucking walk cycle. It's so good. I guess I don't need that because... Oh, and the little... It's just... it's some of the best traditional animation I have ever seen in a video game. It's just so good. The falling blocks do give real iframes. I love that they didn't fix any of the English. They didn't change any of the grammar. You have to proceed with your adventurous undertaking. All of the remade music is so good. And yes, we are going to go meet the NPCs. We're going straight to the pig. And then I picked the wrong door, as I always do. It's so good. It's the same dude, and he still has the shopping please sign. I love this scene so much. I have never had interest in the Aibos, unfortunately. It's very much not my thing. But that is interesting information. I did not know that. Let's see. If we go to the other one, it's still the pig, right? Oh, it's a different pig! Oh, the music is so pleasant. And if we go in here, I love this whimsical ass oboe music. Anyway, I don't think I need to sell it anymore. This is absolutely one of my favorite games of all time. I enjoyed every single second of playing it. Oh, let's go listen to the overworld music. Oh, and one of the best features, I hope I'm remembering this correctly, one of the best features, you would not believe a game from 1989 allowed this, but it did. You don't die when you fall in the water, there's just more world down there! And all the water in the game is like this. Who was doing that in 89? Wait, is that a mountain dulcimer? Is that what that is? Gosh, I haven't heard one of those in eons, if so. Oh. You can see how hard it is for me to just stop playing the game because it's just so good. Yeah, the graphics and music swap are separate. It's so cool that you can swap them and that both combos work. Oops. Oh, that's right. I think I had a potion. I think it used my potion. Oops. Super Mario Bros. 3 much? Is this a shop? It is. Cosplay as a goblin? Oh. Shopping, please. But yeah, it is also delightful that it has the mall filter. Okay, so going back to the menu for a moment, there's one more thing you'll really like about this game, which is that you get to become all of them. This game is, and the original as well, of course, this game is based on transformation. So you start out as the dragon boy, and then you become, I think, the mouse, and then the bird, and then the sort of fishy guy back there, and then the cat, and I think the pig. I think so. Let me see. I think you become all of them. Yep, Piranha Man, Lion Man, Mouse Man, Hawk Man. Yeah, no, it's really good, and they all have different abilities. So it is a pure Metroidvania, and really one that I have not seen done since. This approach is quite unique. Like, for instance, the Mouse Man can walk on walls and ceilings. Piranha Man can swim underwater. Lion Man has a downstab, so you could jump, you can land on guys like in Zelda 2, and Hawkman can just straight up fly. So yeah, it's really good. And let me see. I believe the folks from Lizard Cube went on to make another game that's a spiritual successor to it. And that, I think it was them, which was Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom. I think that was them as well. And oh, hey, what the hell? What happened to my Now Playing? Where did that go? Okay, I'm sorry. This one was not developed by Lizard Cube. My apologies. This is a different group entirely. Oh, wait, that one is actually that's officially part of the series. Well, it's essentially a remake of the game again. Let me fire that up. Adobe InDesign. Rough. I'm gonna load up Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom, and I'm trying to remember. I think it has a bitchin' anime intro. I want to say this is true, so I'm very excited about that. It's quite a bit bigger than the last one. Last game was like 900 megs. This is 4 gigs. There we go. Okay. Oh. Wow. Apologies for loud. Very sorry about this. Let me just turn that down. I gotta get in here and mess with the Windows settings. Wow, that is really loud. Holy shit. That's really loud. Holy crap. I just gotta turn my headphones down. Okay, next problem. Is it going to let me capture the window, or can I just go fuck myself? Ooh, I'm getting a strong go fuck myself feeling. Let's see. Nope. Nope. None of those. Well? Perhaps I'll have to do a window capture instead. Miserable. Yes, that does work. Though I don't know what the frame rate's going to be like. But the important thing is, can we play the opening video again? Oh, hey, no saves? I thought I finished this game. Okay, I think this is the game proper. I want to see the intro cinematic. This game is also good, if I haven't said that already. So this is just an original game, but it just invokes a whole ton of the, like, mechanics. And it still has the transformation angle. Oh, you can down stab in this. I did not remember that. Oh, hello. tiny dragon. Oh, that's his little brother. Always funny playing video games. You're like, yeah, got transformed into something not a human. Terrible. Gotta fix that. The worst. Just the worst. Anyway, so yeah, this game being actually modern rather than just a very nice remake has a lot of new functionality. Can't recommend it enough. Now the question is, can we see the intro cinematic? Because that's important. I'm going to restart this game and see if I can get it to go. Okay, apparently I played the entire game on Daria's account. That's why I don't have saves. Rough. There we go. I remember, I think I saw this as a announcement trailer for the game. I think they had the song in there. But I should point out, I believe this was made by a French studio. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, Game Atelier. Anyway. And it is always funny to me how the French are better at anime than anybody else. They should do it more. Anyway, yeah, absolutely adore the entire Wonder Boy series. And you can tell because everybody who has a chance to touch it in any way, whether it's the actual remake, a spiritual successor, or just like a totally unrelated game, because there's a couple games out there that are definitely like Monster Boy likes. And anybody who touches it, everything they produce always has so much charm and just that cartoon energy that, like I said, it's just so rare nowadays. Yeah, I mean, for me, I just think about how Daft Punk made an entire anime. That's what always comes to mind for me. Yeah, don't know what it is with the French and anime, but holy shit. All right, let's go back to, let's do some more frogging. We definitely need to frog further. All right, gotta get my sea legs again. How do I jump? Hey, you know what's really fun is that oh, you know what? I think maybe Steam Input was not fully functioning before, because now only the keys that I bound earlier are functioning. Well then, okay, give me a moment. I have to go and finish binding my keys. BRB. Okay, we back in it. Yeah, this actually did work. Whoa, finally I've got the controls where I wanted them in the first place. Okay. Oh, I moved that damn mouse. So I made this point, and I'll just reiterate that the reason I immediately loved this game was just because of the very strong Monster Boy energy. I don't know for sure that it took any inspiration from it, but boy, does it ever feel like it. And oh, you know what? I had the game turned down. Sorry about that. Okay, so I think that guy's just invincible. Oops. Is that volume adequate? Oops. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm getting rocked over here. The motion's very tight, but like there are some spots, even so far, where it is. You got to do some sort of clunky things in order to move forward. Just for what it's worth. Like the weird sort of wall jump that I did a moment ago. It's like not super ideal. At the same time, if you're making a game that's heavily movement focused, sometimes you're gonna have hard movements. I'd say this feels like a game that is extremely movement themed. So I think so I'm playing on the challenging setting rather than the casual setting, and I don't remember. I think this game might be old enough that it doesn't actually let you change mid-game. I think you have to restart your save if you want to play on a different difficulty. But I figured, challenging probably had the bulk of the experience, if you will. But the reason I bring this up is because the challenge mode lacks the tutorial messages apparently entirely, and I'm fine with that. But except for the part where I, maybe sometimes can't remember how things work, which is the point of the tutorial messages. Oh, I love the rope physics. They're actually applying physics to the ropes. I love it. But I'm pretty sure one of the tutorial messages said that you can. I deadass forgot what it said. Great. Maybe that tutorial message would be great right now. I'm sorry. I was busy playing the game. Oh my god, this is going to kill me. What did it say? What was I going to comment on? Oh, right. The orange, little orange things come out of these nests, and the nests are indestructible. You could never make them stop spawning. So, just in case anybody is curious about that, they just come out infinitely. And I think it's because, as I was discussing earlier, they're a form of ammunition, right? And that's a really interesting way to do it. It adds a dimension to the game. The fact that you have to do enemy management as resource management, you know, that one of your primary forms of ammunition is also a hazard. I don't know, like, obviously it's a Yoshi's Island-like, you know, if you will. But what I would say is that in Yoshi's Island, pretty much everything that you were slurping was pretty slow. Oh, wow. So it wasn't really, you weren't really at that much risk trying to get ammunition, as it were. Anyway, this is interesting. I've just suddenly realized the peril that I'm in. As I said earlier, this is clearly going to be a very movement-focused game. Can I do a skip here? Can I? Oh, I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could get onto that first one right from the lower platform there. Oops. The game's decently generous with hearts, it seems like. Wait, so... I wonder if that's not spawning because there's already too many of those guys out in the world. I'll bet that's what it is. Maybe if I played on casual mode, this would be a little easier. So I'm just like, I'm noticing how there's a number of things I'm having to do here that are kind of tricky and are necessary just to progress. Like, I'm dying quite a bit more than I guess I necessarily expected to at this phase in the game, so... I haven't done that much yet. It's not too late to restart. Maybe you know what? Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Because I could probably speed run up to this part of the game pretty quick. And I'm really curious if this is going to be, like, just how much difference is going to be here. All right. We're speed running. Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's a couple things in the game that could use a little more polish, you know, but then not every game is perfect, right? You know, there's a tremendous number of games I've played that I absolutely adore, but definitely have their flaws. Oh, that's interesting. I managed to talk to this guy before his scripted dialogue sequence, and he actually had something else to say to me that I had never noticed before. Again, I don't know if it's necessary to light that up in order to come back and use it, but we'll just do that, and then let's just get cooking. Oh, that's right. I was going to check. Okay, good. I did set my inventory button. Okay, yeah, here we go. So there's all these tutorial options, tutorial question marks, and it's probably actually good that I turn those on, because maybe there are more mechanics in the game I don't know about. Plays game on hard. Oh, why is this game so hard? Oops. I think it's really cool that enemies continue to be dangerous to one another as long as they have not, like, come to a rest. You know what I mean? Like, if you shoot an enemy, if you spit an enemy, as long as that enemy is still physics-ing, they are still hazardous to other enemies. So you can get these very belated, you know, 4 or 5 seconds after you spit, an enemy finally gets hit, sort of thing. Okay, but like that one there, he came to a rest, so... Oh, interesting. So I have 25 and now 26. Okay, so I guess the yellow coins must count for like 5, and the white ones are just for 1. We're speedrunning now. Pat, I'm paleo now. It is fascinating to me that at the outset of the game, you don't actually have the ability to kill anything except by spitting it at something else. Like, it's not a huge deal, but it is an interesting decision. Yeah, I generally think this is one of the best indie games I've ever seen. I guess, one of the other areas where it lacks polish, as it were, is the fact that you can't rebind the controls arbitrarily. Or rather, you can on keyboard, but you can't on... It doesn't really have gamepad support, I should say. That's really the way to put it. Oh, that's it. Okay, in casual mode, the blocks take much longer to fall. I was noticing that earlier, that the blocks do take a bit to come down. I wonder if there's a limit on how long you can hold an enemy. That's right. I remember being a little frustrated by this the first time I played because I was on casual mode, and the blocks take like here, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's about 4 seconds for the block to disintegrate, which if you wanted to disintegrate is kind of frustrating. I wish there was a way to do it quicker, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The game being from 2010, is anybody shocked that it doesn't really have the best controller support? Because that got so much better over the years. Even after the Xbox One, even after the Xbox 360 came out, and that created X input, which really improved the situation with controllers on Windows in general. Even after that, there was still a while where a lot of games, like, they just, for instance, if you started a game and you, like with this one, if you started a game and you didn't have a controller connected, you'd have to restart the game to get it to recognize the controller, and that's really frustrating. Oh, you know what? You can suck the coconuts off the trees. I hadn't noticed that. Just discovered it by accident. Oh, cool. You don't need to one blow it. I don't think so. Either that or in casual mode, my jump height is increased. I don't know. Oops. One thing I like is if you're stuck to a wall and you want to drop off, you don't have to jump off. You can actually just you can press down and you'll just do a neutral jump straight down. Okay, if I had realized that those were ammo, I would have been using them. There we go. Again, I think this takes the Yoshi's Island enemies as ammo thing and really advances the meta, if you will. Like it makes it a much richer, more dynamic. It's less clunky, in my opinion. I never really liked the egg shooting mechanic in Yoshi's Island. I always thought it was kind of clunky because you had to use the aiming interface every single time, and that was necessary in order to make their puzzle system work. So I get it, but the fact that the puzzle system and the basic attacks were merged into one, I was never a fan of that, and so I always thought of Yoshi's. I never liked Yoshi's Island when I first played it, and frankly, I always thought of it as sort of a gimmick game, if you will, which is totally unfair. But you get what I mean, right? That like you compare, well, I'll put it this way. I remember thinking when I first played it, I was quite young and I had pretty bad opinions about everything. But I remember basically thinking like this. They called this Super Mario World 2. But this is really a totally unrelated game, and they shouldn't have given it that name. Well, okay. That's sort of a petty opinion to have, I think. But there was something, I think, to the idea that Oh! Holy shit! Okay, so casual mode completely restructures the game world. Huh. Because, I guess, well... So what's over to the left now? Anything? Is all of that terrain just gone now? Oh, damn it. The good game player has logged on. The streamer has shown his entire ass, revealed himself to be a fraud. A frog, actually. I'm really curious. Am I going to get all the way over here and there's just no reason for any of this? Like, all this stuff is here, but it doesn't... Yeah. Well, okay. So this sort of puts me in a pickle, right? Because, I admit I'm going to want to go back and play the game on challenging because that's clearly how they built the world, and this is clearly meant to just be easy mode, and like that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I personally, I know I can get through the game on challenging, and I would like to see all the content they created. I'd rather not be walking through the world and go like, I wonder if there was supposed to be something else here that's not here because I'm on easy. This is not, you know, typically a thing that happens in in games then or now, you know, as it were, you know, past or present. I'm not necessarily, you know, is it a criticism? I don't know. This is, if we just followed the critical path, you know, I'm sure we're going to experience the game. But given that, you know, my way of playing something like this, anything really, is as a critic. You know, I fancy myself a game opinion haver. I would like to see everything they designed, rather than just having the, you know, a straightforward path to the end, even if it is kind of frustrating. So yeah, I think you're gonna go back to my other save. So that's some information for you if you decide to play this yourself. That maybe maybe you don't want to play it on casual. Might not actually be the best way to do it. Wait a minute. Where's the thing that's supposed to be right here? Right next to the... Odd. There's supposed to be an enemy there. Wonder if that's some sort of a just grace period. If you spawn there, it doesn't put you right next to an enemy firing stuff, but I don't know why it would need to do that. Well, anyway. Oh shit. To be fair to myself, though, this is kind of a hard thing they're asking me to do. Okay, now the guy is there. Okay, and you can stun lock him. Okay. That, I just want to be clear, was not on purpose. I'm not that good at anything. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, though, I gotta say about the difficulty here that these guys take just a bit too much damage to kill. They're just a little spongy, and so I keep making mistakes largely because I keep going like, okay, that should do it, and being wrong. So, don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, see, like that, you know, if I had been wrong about how much damage he took, I probably would have gotten popped. But I don't know. Maybe it's just cope. Oh yeah, that's, wait. Battle for Wesnoth. That wasn't the weird strategy game, was it? So I remember that coming up. Boy, I love when a Metroidvania gives you a preview of what your next movement tech is going to be. Like, wonder why there's this brick over here. I just can't imagine. We can't push it, can we? No, that'd be fun. Yeah, no. Though clearly it could be damaged, we just need something else to damage it with. Burn and bubble. Okay, and those guys do stun lock. Ow. Ow. Oh, right. I keep failing to take it. Oh, you don't need to actually hit them more than once. You could just hit them, you could just tap them, and then they'll just burn to death. Cruel, but... I don't actually... Is this British at all? I'm not actually sure. Okay, so is that guy going to be able to get over here with his... No, I guess not. Okay, so that's... Oh man, I don't love the frequency on these. Oh, and they can. They actually are aiming at me. Wow, this is kind of tough. Like, look at this situation that I'm in. It's kind of actually kind of difficult. Ow! And then I just lost a decent amount of progress off of that. So, what do I think about this? I'm not liking how it seems really hard to get through here without either taking damage or just sort of standing still for very long periods trying to set up things like this. I don't love that, TBH. Now, there is the option of just, playing more boldly, as it were. I don't know, though. Like, 2 health is not a lot of health. It's effectively 4, but you get what I mean. But, like, for instance, if instead of doing that, we just... Do we need to kill everything? No. But still, that's not a very good feel. Let's see what happens if we go back and do this on the casual mode. Is that going to feel better? Oh, they've removed an entire enemy. Well, that does simplify it. Oh, and this guy's up instead of down, so you can actually hit him much more easily. And it looks to me like I have, like I'm taking less damage from enemies. Also, wait, do these guys? Oh, and these guys don't really aim at you anymore. Wow, that's a completely different game. Okay, so maybe I'm full of shit. Maybe this really is sort of the intended way, and the other one really is meant to be hard mode. Sometimes you can't tell. I'm not generally one to be picky about that sort of thing, unless it seems like I'm actually losing access to content because I'm, like if there's parts of the game world that look like they're just going to be completely nullified by easy mode, then I don't want to play on easy mode. But I don't know, like, I was not looking forward to getting through it in challenging mode. That did not look like I was going to have any fun there, so. Yeah, okay, maybe this is the way it is. Yeah, sometimes a challenging, it's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. There's obviously lots of gamer discourse on how difficulty in games works or should work or whatever, but like just simply put, it can be hard to tell whether quote unquote easy mode in a game it can be hard to tell whether the easy mode is we took the game and made it much easier, or whether hard mode is we took the game and made it much harder. You know what I mean? Like, it can go either way. You can't make a game 2 ways at once. It's impossible. Like, not if you're making major changes like this. I do absolutely believe that that room with the little platforms on ropes, clearly that room was designed for challenging mode, because you've got terrain there that does literally nothing in non-challenging mode. However, so they had to make accommodations in the world, which can't really be backed out if you're not playing, in the hard mode, and that's the thing I'm talking about, right? You've got to make a decision when you design the world, just like the basic tenets of it. What is going to be in this world? And if you're going to have physical obstacles like that, then unless you're going to make 2 completely different maps, and at some point that just becomes untenable. Unless you're going to make 2 completely different maps and just basically design 2 different games. I have just noticed the floating Death's Head skulls at the bottom, letting me know that I should not drop down there, I think. Can we... Okay, yeah, I think that's how it tells you that's a bottomless pit, because we actually do have the look up, look down mechanic, and that's as far down as it'll go. So anyway, there's some discourse out there about what exactly is intended play. And, you know, some people would argue that anything that's in a game is the intended play, and there's something to that. However, let's be real here, right? You know, at this point, an awful lot of people know at least a little bit about game dev, and one thing that we can all agree on is you have to make the world. At some point, you have to make the world, and that world can only be one way, unless you're going to make two different games for the price of one. And I can't think of a case where that's ever been done, where somebody has straight up made, you know, like taken physical puzzles out of an environment completely as if they were never there. On the other hand, like honestly, that kind of difficulty scaling is very rare. Like, I'm trying to think of games that actually take out physical movement-based puzzles in that way, and like not a lot is coming to mind. I was really surprised when I saw that the platforms moved in different directions. That was so I don't see a way to get through that other than potentially taking a hit, for what it's worth. It's a little odd, that jump there, because I didn't see a way around it because the guy never stops firing. I mean, I did it, but that, again, was a pretty tight jump. You know, for casual mode, you wouldn't think that'd be necessary. And like a rule of mine, at least, that I had a really hard time, getting over this with Dark Souls. That, you know, I think at least when you're new to Dark Souls, you know, later on you can get better about this if you're really good. But in Dark Souls, especially if you're new to it, you just need to accept that you're going to take some damage, and that's not the end of the game. Like, this is sort of true for all games, that if you let yourself believe, like, oh, I got hit, that means I lost. That, you know, it doesn't matter that I didn't die. If I got hit, that's because I'm not good enough at the game, and I need to just get better. Or, you know, this is a thing that I don't know how many people this happens to, but I certainly had this conviction that, you know, back in the days of, you know, when PC games were, you know, very save scummable, I would save scum until I could get through a room without getting hit in lots of stuff. I remember playing Max Payne 2 this way, where I just saved and saved and saved and, you know, loaded over and over and over and over and over and over, trying to get through a room without taking any damage or wasting too much ammo, because, I mean, those things matter in that game. Oh, you know what? I think I was supposed to tongue that guy, and I didn't realize I could tongue him, and that's why I was so confused. Okay, that's a death pit. Anyway, so yeah, that's very much a voice in my head that I had to learn to kill, particularly in order to get good at Dark Souls, because it is so very hard, and particularly in that game series, you really feel like you screwed up if you take damage, because you've got so little health, and there's so, you know, yeah, there's the Estus Flask, but like, it's compared to other games where you can just load up on gobs of healing items and essentially nullify any damage that happens to you just by trading it for money, which you get by grinding. Dark Souls doesn't offer that option, so not really anyway. Dark Souls 2 does, haha. Life gems, lol. But I think I'm gonna end up back at the beginning of the level here and have to redo all that traversal, but son of a bitch. Well, what would that have gotten me, I wonder? Oh, well, I gotta go up there because there's a damn treasure box. We gotta know what that is, so let's do it again. Anyway, in order to get anywhere in Dark Souls, I had to accept that, like, yes, as bad as it feels to get hit, if you can get hit and then win the battle anyway, then you still won. And yes, that was something I really had a lot of trouble with. So nonetheless, I really do think that it, oh, that's an alternate path. I didn't notice that was possible. Oh, son of a bitch! Immediately wastes it. Or, wait a minute. Oh, there's a save up there, huh? Who knew? Anyway, I had to accept that, like, if you get hit, that it's not the end of the game, but still, I don't like it if a game puts you in a position where you really you're just not going to be able to avoid taking a hit without being really, really, really good. You know, playing perfectly, basically. And, you know, a lot of the time, I've gotten good enough at, like, basic game skills that a lot of the time I can play perfectly, especially if I work at it. And in some games that's not too bad, but it can be frustrating when it seems like the only way to proceed would be to play perfectly. Oh, 50 of them. Shit, I'll take it. And so I don't, now that I see that you can, oops. Okay, wait a minute. Shit. I don't actually know if I kept my coins or if I have to go back to the box, so I'm going to go back to the box. Dies. Anyway, so I see now that that's not what was going on with that guy, that actually I could have, wait a minute, did I just discover a mechanic? Oh! Oh! Whoops, hey, I don't know things. If you jump against a wall, and then press and jump again in midair, he will grab onto it. So you don't need to go flying into it. You can actually, you can hit it with no momentum and you can still... God damn it, I thought I changed that. Regato. I did lose the coins? Okay, cool, thank you. That's what I figured. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of a save system if it doesn't... If it doesn't revert you, then what exactly is a save? Interesting motion physics when you're on a moving platform. Kind of odd looking. Hey. There we go. Oops. Wow, wait, why didn't he die? Alright, there we go. No, I agree. I think that the reason that Dark Souls is so popular, and I'm one of those people who really likes it, is because you really do have to overcome a lot of, personal... you have to kill a lot of brain parasites in order to have the patience to put up with that game. And so I genuinely do believe that by getting good at Dark Souls, I learned how to be more patient with things and not get mad at stuff that I'm not good at, and that has helped with a lot of things in life. So I genuinely believe that Dark Souls and a few other games have made me better, not just as a game player, but with many aspects of my life, as trite as that sounds. And it's not a panacea for your problems, and it doesn't make you an ubermensch, but all the same, it can teach you some good life lessons, because typically with games, we infrequently choose to play games that would demand that much from us. As Bennett Foddy puts it, as Bennett Foddy puts it in his popular game, Getting Over It, with Bennett Foddy, in most games, that every obstacle can be overcome. That with the right equipment or, whatever, because game designers, and he doesn't say this, but it's implicit, the game designers want you to win. They have designed the games so that you can win. Bennett Foddy did not design Getting Over It so that you can win. Lots and lots of people simply can't. People, have tried for, in my case, 6 years, and I didn't get through it. In order to finish that game, I had to figure out how to do some difficult physical things. It is not just a matter of learning how to press the button at the right time. It is a matter of, oh, you can tongue grab the hearts. I didn't know that. It is a physical process because it is a physics-based game. It's not the same level of effort and precision as doing an actual gymnastic thing, but it's the same kind of problem that you're trying to figure out how to make your muscles move a particular way, and that's just not a kind of challenge that is in most games. So, you know, it makes sense that that's another game that makes you feel very accomplished, but because there, you know, you can tell there is no guarantee of progress. There is no, it's simply not a sure thing. And an awful lot of people have bounced off Dark Souls too, because it does not guarantee progress. You can throw yourself at that, and trust me, I did. You can throw yourself at that game for many, many, many long hours and not figure out, you know, the secrets that are necessary for success. Like, you have to do it right. You can't half-ass it. You've got to figure out, you know, what it is you're actually supposed to be doing, and they don't tell you. Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? The ability to, like, it's good that there's different types of games. It's good that not every game is like Dark Souls, you know? And that's why I think it's good that this game has a casual mode, because I don't have the goddamn patience to, to figure out the challenging mode. I know I could. Like, you know, with all the other stuff that I have, with all the other games I have learned to beat that I at first thought were very hard, I know now that I would be able to get through it, but I don't want to, because I also know, having done this enough times, how much effort it's going to take, and how long it's going to take, and how frustrating it's going to be, and also how much fun it won't be to watch. Let's not forget that. Son of a bitch. This too, you know, I don't know what's in that treasure box. It's probably 50 coins, we can guess. But this too is something that I just got to get this timing right. There's no two ways around it. There's no secret other than just being perfect. And that's frustrating in a very real way. Trying to speedrun it. Yeah, I mean, the difference with art, for instance, is that there's no time limit on it, and in a lot of cases, oh, well, that was worth it. In a lot of cases, you can literally go back and correct your mistakes. You know, you don't really get knocked back. And so, you know, there's sort of a gradient here, actually. If you look at a game like Dark Souls, for instance, while it is frustrating and challenging, the amount of actual, like, lost effort that you get from, you know, not succeeding at something often is not that much. Now, there are boss runbacks, and boss runbacks are really frustrating, and they can make you feel like you are losing a lot of time. And sometimes you are. Some of the runbacks really suck. But typically, the majority of runbacks in the game are not that long. Especially once you learn one of the core lessons of the game, which is you don't need to fight everything. It's not, you know, you're not a failure if you can't, if you're not killing every single thing you encounter. Once you realize that, and you stop feeling like you're cheating by running past stuff, and, you know, playing the game wrong. Once you find out that everybody plays it like that, it really is a game changer. And it makes a lot of the runbacks less frustrating. There are still some that are really frustrating, but other than that, you don't. When you die, other than the souls themselves, which you eventually learn are not worth that much. That's the thing. Like, it feels bad the first time you lose like 10,000 souls, but it's not really that big a deal. And if you play the game a bit more, you sort of get used to thinking of that as not really that big a deal. Especially once you realize how worthless those will be in just a couple of levels. Other than that, you don't really lose much else, and it's just, okay, you didn't progress. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy was, he designed it he said somewhere that he made this game to hurt a certain kind of person. And I think that probably has something to do with, well, the theme of the entire game, which is the loss of progress. The game is explicitly designed so that when you mess up, when you make a mistake, it can throw you back as far as the beginning of the game. I have gotten to the end of the game and gotten thrown all the way back to the beginning due to a tiny mistake. Now, that is going to be frustrating because you're not responsible for that loss. You have been punished disproportionately to your mistake. If you screw up a jump on the rocks above the snowman near the end of the game, and you end up back at the beginning of the game, you're like, now hang on a second. This is unreasonable. I made a mistake in this segment. Why am I being forced to redo all these other segments that I didn't screw up in? And this is at the root of the checkpoint discourse that used to exist in games and still does to a certain extent. The idea that you should, we've replaced save scumming with checkpoints in order to, which was the right call because it basically made people shut the fuck up about save scumming. You don't need to use that word anymore because honestly, modern games save more frequently than we used to save in games that had save scumming. I'm sorry, pardon me, I meant to mute my mic there. But so that basically chilled out the discourse there because now all the chuds who were get good, why are you saving so much, are now having the saving done for them, and so they're like, well, that's just how the game works. And yeah, indeed, games used to have lives, and that's another great example. Games, essentially, a life system was a getting over it style disproportionate punishment. Oh, you screwed up on the 6th boss in the game? Well, despite the fact that you succeeded at the first 5 and all the enemies and all the levels in between, we're now going to punish you as if you were no good at any of those. Now, the fact that you could do them again doesn't matter. You already did them. You shouldn't have your accomplishment taken away from you. This is how we generally feel about games, and I do too. Getting over it is a specific, that's what I want at times, but I certainly wouldn't want all games to be like that. And thank God that they're getting better and better and better about this. He has taken his eye off. This Rayman game is fantastic. And and so, as games have gotten quote unquote easier, you've lost less and less and less progress. And in doing so, we've actually been able to make games harder, in a specific spot. The bosses that are in a lot of modern Dark Souls inspired Metroidvanias and whatnot are so punishing that if they were in an NES game, it would be unplayable. Nintendo would not have published it because they would have recognized that it was just impossible to get through. People talk about Nintendo games being hard. They don't compare to the stuff that's out now because the games that we're getting now, because they're giving you so much protection from loss of progress, they're able to punish you a lot more in the moment. And Adelina, I would say you should try getting over it. It is extremely difficult and unforgiving until you figure it out. If you figure it out, then it suddenly gets a lot easier, and it doesn't necessarily become easy, but basically the game at first just utterly baffles you because it seems like there's no solution to any of the problems it presents. But then as you figure things out, for me, to be honest, the way that I learned how to get over it, I went and watched some YouTube videos. I was unable to do it on my own. And so part of the process of getting over it, for me, was to kill the guy in my head saying that if I couldn't do it without help, that I wasn't doing it at all. Now, the thing is that I had spent 6 years playing the game on and off and never been able to get through it. I went and watched a YouTube video, and I think within a couple hours, I had finished the game for the first time. And not long after that, I brought I was able to play it again and bring my time down massively. I've now beaten the game over 50 times, and my PB is 6 minutes. Yes, I'm saying that again because I'm very proud of it. My average runtime for the game is 8 minutes, because once you get it, you get it. And It's like riding a bike, you know, to some extent. And so I think that there's a kind of victory in playing a game that you know is so deeply punishing that if you make a tiny mistake, it will throw you back to the beginning. It will, you know, take away all of your work up to that point. Being able to tackle it anyway is being able to tackle it anyway gives you a feeling of immense pride, if that's how you feel about it. And you know, let's see. Like the trick, there were two things that I had to find out. One was that you're not supposed to move the mouse as fast as you can. You know, that moving the mouse slower can sometimes give you what you want. And the other thing was learning that you can do this, which seemed like a bad idea to me, so I never tried it. And then I found out that everybody who's good at the game does that. It's called pogoing, and it's an absolutely essential skill. In fact, you can't finish the game without it. And I don't mind telling you that. It's not a spoiler, because you would either figure it out or you would go learn it from somebody, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's not important. You know, and I think the other thing is, like, so I saw this somewhere, and I don't know if it's true, but I saw a quote that said that it's impossible to do tool-assisted speedruns of this game because it's non-deterministic. Like, if you give it the same inputs multiple times, it will not produce the same outputs. And I don't know if that's strictly true. I would think it wouldn't be, because this is a physics engine. Oops. Oh, haven't done that in a while. It is a physics engine. I wouldn't think it would involve any RNG, but maybe it does. And so one of the things that you have to learn in order to like this game is to learn that if you can't do something the same way twice, it doesn't matter as long as you can in some way succeed. You can see I just did that like 3 different times in 3 different ways. And unless you're actually speedrunning it, in which case you do need to figure out how to have consistent movement, the rest of the time, if you can get to the end, it doesn't really matter how you got to the end. And like anybody who watched the beginning of the stream, wow, I think I just got here in half the time. And I didn't do anything different consciously. I just, it just played out differently. It's a big, messy thing, much like real life. And that's another example. I got that skip first time earlier. Oops. I'm just making a fool of myself now. Oh, there. Oh, I had it. And then I was surprised that I had it. So I beefed it. Just biffed it completely. Oh. Nope, getting punchy. Nope, not quite. There's a really specific speed that you have to do this one at. And like, this is another case where, well, this game barely counts for this sort of conversation, but you do have to wonder if Foddy intended this, and I think he did, because speedrunning was well known at the time, and I think he knew that people would try and find weird paths through the game. Sexy hiking is garbage. I have tried to play it. It is amazingly bad. Like, this game is an homage, not a remake, for a reason. Sexy hiking, like, after beating this game like a couple dozen times, I think, I decided to try sexy hiking. For one thing, it's extremely difficult to get it working because it's like an SWF file that runs inside of an exe. So that's hard to begin with. But also, it's just like, it doesn't compare. This has a physics system. Sexy hiking has some weird broken action script. It is just not comparable at all. It is so hard to make any progress. And so I think a lot of people don't realize that Bennett Foddy was being actually kind of very forgiving compared to Jazzuo in his version of the experience. Like, this follows some sort of, some sort of impression of consensus reality. Sexy hiking is just a mess. I've thought about a speedrun category that would be fun, where you have to play the game as quickly as possible while reciting Bennett Foddy's monologue. I think that would be funny. Okay, so right there, I just almost made a huge mistake. If I had not checked my mouse movement, if I had moved the mouse just one more molecule on my desk, I would have thrown myself off the tower and possibly back to the beginning of the game. I think that's one of the spots where you can very easily wind up back at the very beginning. But it's usually very, very easy, but only because once you get to that point after fucking Orange Hell, which I used to, that's where I was stuck for 6 years. But once you get to that point, you're usually like really frosty, and you're just like, okay, we're in it now. Because if you get past Orange Hell, if you get past those rocks, you're finishing the game. Like, there's no question. And so once you get there, it's like, okay, you can fuck up on Orange Hell as many times as you want, but if you get past that, it's game face time. It's time to go. So you're not generally going to be in a state of mind to fuck up after that. So you're going to be thinking very carefully about what you're doing, unless you're speedrunning. And so I have fallen off the Belfry, I think maybe twice, but every time it's just like, it is so galling. Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Get it together. Excuse me, your play in this this famously difficult game with non-deterministic movement is just killing me, man. Like, figure it out. That's what I say. I consider this particular rock here a bastard because I can't seem to figure out how to swing off the left side. I always have to pogo. The other ones I can do just like this, but not that one. And I don't know what that's about. Yep. It's hoping for first try bucket, but nope. Nope. See, this is performance anxiety right here. Nope. I shouldn't even have tried that. I strongly suspect that it's possible to pogo straight up onto the ledge there and not even bother with the bucket, but I'm nowhere close to good enough with my pogos to pull it off. Oh, no. Oh. So I actually could have done the, I didn't need to hit this ledge here. I totally could have pulled myself up onto the mountain, but because I didn't expect it to work. Oh, yeah, see, yeah. Did it again. I have done that straight up onto the ledge so many times that every time I miss it, I'm just like, ah, man, come on. It doesn't feel good to miss that one, I'll tell you what. The fucking ice cliffs, I wouldn't go so far as to say they make me mad, but I'm really surprised that I can't seem to memorize where the gaps are. Like, I mean, it's a pretty tough one, you know. There we go. Okay. It's because they're hidden in an otherwise featureless slope, but still, I feel like I'm gonna turn in about an 8-minute here. I think. I guess it depends how much I fuck up the rocks or the tower. Oh man, I hate this. Whenever I land on the light, that to me. Oh shit! Couple of times I've gotten the pogo straight off the shopping cart, but God, I either nail this on the first try or it's like this. It's just a complete butcher's. I just utterly butcher it, like I'm doing right now. Oh. Okay, please miss the rock. God damn it, this happens every time, and I end up right here. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to try and gently pull myself up here. I'm just going to go flying off to the side. And I cannot seem... You see how much time I'm losing here? Like, I'm going to lose like 30 seconds on the rocks. This happens every single time. The only time... my best runs have always been when I managed to... When I managed to miss the rocks completely. Or just hit like maybe one. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Get ready for like a minute and 20 seconds of... I'm almost done. Like, the game's over. Oh, did I just fuck that up? Nope, there we go. What do we got? That is, holy shit, 10 minute, 15 second. That's my worst run in quite some time. Anyway, the point is... No, it always plays the same monologue. The bit about, I know you're probably watching this on Twitch. No, that always plays. All right. Anyway, suffice to say that... Oh! Hello! Oh, shit! Okay, so I think... Okay, so I think that's the play. I don't think you're supposed to, I don't think you're necessarily supposed to try and hit this guy in midair. Oh! Oh, I lost the bomb. Huh. I wonder if I just get bombs from this. I guess what I can do is I can... Oh, shit! Wait, I thought it was 3 cycles. I guess what I can do is I can try and throw the bombs away from... oh, no, because some of them just blow up no matter what. They hit on impact. Okay. So what I should be able to do here is like that. Oh, you can hit him in midair. Oh, okay, all right, that's definitely the play then. Oh, wait, no, he flew lower on that first pass. Grab it on this one, and then... Oh, what? No! Okay, so I don't think I can hold this for 3 sides. Oh, shit. I'm not sure if that blew up in my belly or if it was because he hit me with another bomb. The best way to do this is to wait until the 3rd cycle. Okay, and then he should come this way, hit him, then hit him again. Speedrun strats, baby. Okay, and then it's 3 cycles again, right? Or is it? It is. Okay, and then... Wait, where was the bomb? I don't understand. What? What am I missing? Did I... I'm a little confused here. I don't know why the bomb keeps disappearing on my 3rd attempt to hit him. Am I getting hit by another bomb and not noticing it? Wait, that was only 2 cycles. But I did. Okay, it is totally possible to hit him, even when he's all the way up there. So I'm holding a bomb right now. Okay. Get there. Oh, that was... Oh, okay. Put the RNG on that fight. I know I wasn't fat. I just don't understand why I wasn't. Secluded hut. Oh, I got a heart container. Milgram. It's weird that this guy stands on his wings. I don't like it. Getting that lore dump. I need a minute to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, here we are. Hello, hi. Video game time. Oh, I guess I got enough heart container fragments to get a whole heart. Because I got 3 of them now. I've just noticed this fact. Oh, little motor, little steam engine. Let's get the area name. Oh, it's a secluded hut. Right, we knew that. At some point, I'm going to have to go back to the area to the left of the starting area and find out what all that is about. What a pleasant little fire. Let's go up and talk to this fellow. Oh. What is he? That's Mortimer. Is he a mole? Ostensibly. Please look at the clock above me, which appears to actually be working. Although, well, I think it only has a second hand, but still. I like how they keep referring to these creatures as ants, even though they are just visibly not ants. Ah, getting that collectathon mission. Gotta go find me a golden ant. Damn, I wonder what the reward is. I wonder what the reward might be. I wonder where that could. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I love that all the houses have 2 doors, and then they also have 2 doors in the overworld. Ow! Oh my God! Ow! Hey, now that's just mean. I mean, at least there's a. Again, I missed that one. I just hit it by accident. Don't get it twisted. Oof. This is, again, the situation I was speaking of. Oh! Oh, you could grab them. Okay, well, that's a game changer, literally. I did not know that you could grab them through the ground. That's completely alters the math here. Hate that these guys are so fucking strong. Oh, they gave me a fountain, so what difference does it make? Oh. Is it real underground hours? Is it cave hours? Rockafort. Great music. Really good music. Bat. It is so nice to have a omnidirectional attack. Like, oh. It's bad when games don't have that. Oh, is this the whole place? Did we just see everything? I believe we did. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Just a little secrets trough. Yeah, you know, I have not found a shop yet to spend the coins at, and my guess is that what's going to... Oh, God damn it. My guess is that what's going to happen here is I'm going to get to the town finally, and there'll be stores at last. Regarding my whole, oh, a flying plant. How interesting. God, I love Fragado's commentary. He's just, he doesn't know what's going on. There's just stuff happening. He just, huh, that's weird. Okay, that's interesting. So not every enemy pops when they hit something else. I wonder then if this is doing anything at all. Maybe it isn't. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay, there we go. I believe the tongue attacks at 45, so I'm pretty sure. Although it's kind of tough because a lot of times it's kind of inconvenient to do so because it causes him to move in that direction. So I think it's useful for mid-air attacks. I'll have to check next time I'm above ground. But I think I've tried to do that several times and found it inconvenient because it's tough to do it with precision without potentially moving. And you know, a lot of the time, this game has a lot of very narrow platforms where there's dangers to either side. You know, and so you don't really want to take a risk if you can avoid it, just because there's so little health. So. Yep, it attacks on 45s. Ow. Shit, that wasn't the golden ant, was it? It did look, I mean, it was sort of, I think it was mostly blue. I don't think there's a way to lock your movement. Nothing that I've seen. On the other hand, this game does have a couple of undocumented controls, as we've seen, so... Or, well, I don't know if I should say undocumented. There might have been something in the tutorial about it, but... Anyway, regarding all the business earlier, you know, and the whole topic of challenge in video games, I think with a lot of stuff, it really comes down to smoke them if you got them. Some people don't. Some people aren't looking for anything that they would get out of that, and I think a lot of the problem with the Get Good set is them not acknowledging that not everybody needs to feel the particular kinds of you know, sensations that I'm describing, the, you know, overcoming great obstacles. Not everybody wants that, and if they do, they don't always want it to be artificial, because when it's in a video game, it is always in some way artificial, even if there is some personal value to it. That's the ant, right? Like, that's the ant in question. That's the ant the guy wants, right? That'd be the golden one, right? Surely. So do I just slurp him and then? I don't know. Maybe there's a warp in here somewhere? I have handled frogs maybe twice in my life. I've been bit by a frog, for what it's worth. I'm going to proceed a little bit and see if there happens to be a warp here, because it would be quite a bit of backtracking to get back there with that guy in my belly all the way. I think it was a Pac-Man frog that bit me. And I think they actually have teeth, though they're very, very minimal teeth. And so I did actually get little bite marks on my arm from him, but it didn't really amount to much. It was a really cool experience. This is quite an expansive game world. Like, I think we may have passed a branching path or two. One thing I don't like is these guys don't stun lock, and that bugs me. That really bugs me. Like, I feel that a cardinal rule of platform action is if you're going to if you're going to put your player in a situation where their movement is compromised, you can't then hit them with a damage dealer that they just don't really have a realistic way to avoid. It is tail time, that's true. Oh, little golden apples in that tree. Delightful. Man, I do very much want to go deal with the golden ant situation, but at the same time, like, I don't want to redo a bunch of effort. I guess there was that save point. Well, let's just see what comes next. Man, it seems like I'm just getting closer and closer to the, getting deeper and deeper into the world. I don't think I have a map. I also don't seem to be able to move with the gamepad. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that was the golden ant. It's just a question of whether, like, you know, we could be moments away from a teleporter, which would make this a lot easier, or we could be nowhere near one. It's not another one over there, is it? I don't think it is. No, that's just a normal orange one. It's one thing that's frustrating about games like this is just not knowing how far you are from a save point, how far you are from, you know, the next major area. You know, that can be irritating, no matter what your gameplay style is or anything. No. Oh, I guess I wanted to get down there anyway. And you know, one of the classic complaints about, you know, the classic Symphony of the Night, even from people who absolutely love it, is the backtracking. There's so much backtracking and backtracking and backtracking and backtracking, and again, that can be frustrating for the same reason, you know, we discussed earlier, that if you backtrack, then you've got to do sections again, and if you're doing them again, then it's like, well, wait a minute, I already passed this challenge. I already demonstrated that I could do this. Why am I being forced to take the same challenge again? And of course, there's a way to enjoy that anyway, and I happen to love Symphony of the Night, despite the backtracking, or perhaps even because of it. But yeah, it's frustrating, and I think it's great that a lot of games have fast travel systems now. Like, I really do. I use them when they're there. I use the shit out of them. It's just if they're not there, I'll play the game anyway. Because for me, I still get the core thing that I wanted out of it. Unless it's just completely, utterly absurd. Like, there are some games where you're just like, where it's just egregious, where they're just making you redo way too much. And unfortunately, I have had to bail out of a couple games because of that I otherwise might have liked. But there's just limits to my patience. Yeah, that's Descent to Town. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is that, like, nothing has really changed in like 6 or 8 screens, and the rooms with the moving platforms, those at least present a unique challenge to differentiate one from the next. But okay, so this takes me to the town. It did say Descent to Town. Oh. Okay, so this takes us to the store. Hopefully Oh, do we get a save point? Do we get a travel point? That would really be great if we got a travel point. It doesn't look like we do. Okay, well, all the same, let's see what we can spend this money on. Oh, so many things. Let's talk to Choppel first. Hello. Hi, Choppel. Is the village different from the town? Oh, this is a dialogue option, but I only have one of them. Oh, okay, probably if I go find the guy and come back. Yeah, etc. All right, what do we got? Okay, 75 coins. This is... Ooh. Yeah, that's a slam dunk. Yeah, I think Choppel is a radish. They do look pretty radish. Tongue extender! Tongue extender! Tongue extender! Tongue extender! Ah! Oh, that's pretty good. Shit. I can't say no to the tongue extender. That's just a slam dunk. Oh, it is. It's so much longer now. That is a vending machine that dispenses hearts, and I guess I can't use it just because I pull up. Oh, wow, that's 1,000 coins for just a straight up, just up. Yeah, okay. Bitchin'. All right. So, okay. My take on fast travel is that it is a tool like anything else, and it can be used poorly or well. I think that Castlevania Symphony of the Night would have benefited from having a bit more fast travel than it had. Not a ton, but it is frustrating at some point to have to go through the same room literally 70 times, which, you know, certainly on my first playthrough that happened. And in pretty much any really, you know, core, you know, Metroidvania, like, you know, D-Lit, you know, Lodos, D-Lit, and Wonder Labyrinth, for instance, which is like a straight Castlevania Symphony of the Night clone, you're going to have the same thing. And I think there's value to that at first, but it does wear thin if the game is on the longer side, and if the castle is really big. And if there's only one path between areas. That's the other thing, is if there's only one... The thing that's really frustrating to me is not so much the backtracking itself. It's when it's like, oh, you have to backtrack, so it's not just a matter of turn left and go 30 rooms. That'd be one thing. It's go left, go 10 rooms, then go up, then go right, check the map. Okay, is it left? No, it's up, then left. Okay, up, then left. Now, okay, you know, that... We have to, like, figure it out over and over and over. And yeah, I would really like there to be a travel point on the next screen, but I don't... Son of a bitch, there is one. Welcome to Crevice Village. All right, we're going to go back and do the Golden Ant. I just wanted to get a travel point first. So, okay, there's Secluded Hut. And I think we're just, yeah, we're going to go back. We're going to get the ant, and then we'll be able to warp back here. So that's what I was waiting for. I see, okay, if I was making a game like this, so there's two things, okay, there's two things that I think are huge quality of life improvements that are still not really a thing in any game. Like, no matter, like, there's games with tons of accessibility stuff that are still missing a couple things. One of them is, when you go to quit the game and it says, you know, any progress since your last save, you know, might be lost, and it doesn't tell you when your last save was in a game with autosave, that is really frustrating. That's just like a core fuck up to me. Why would you print that message and then not immediately answer the question? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just a fuck up. And every game in history has done this with very, very, very minor exceptions. And yeah, you can often go in and check the... If there's an in-game load screen, then you can usually use that to check. But, like, come on, just answer the question at the point where the user needs to know. It makes so much more sense. And otherwise, you can never be totally sure that you're not going to lose progress. no matter how recently you saved, it still feels bad. So that bugs me. But the other thing is, in a game that has a system like this, where like you are playing this game to get from fast travel point to fast travel point, right? That's how this game works. So, well, if you're doing that, then the game should just tell you there's going to be a fast travel point in 4 screens or whatever. Like, give you some sort of radar, even if it's not going to give you a proper map, give you some sort of hint. Like, I think there are more hardcore games where that wouldn't be appropriate and appreciated. I think there's a lot of games where, you know, the thrill of discovery, the challenge of not having information is, you know, a huge part of the experience for the intended player base. I'm not saying everybody should do this necessarily. And, you know, maybe it shouldn't even be on by default. Maybe it should be an accessibility feature. But I think it should be an or you know, modern games have these sliding scale difficulties and not even sliding scale. You know, you've got stuff now like with the new Doom, the Dark Age? The new Doom game that they're working on has a difficulty system where you can adjust each of the individual aspects of it separately. So, like, there's just a slider for parry window time. And I wouldn't want that in something that was meant to be hard. I do believe in the idea of a game that is meant to be hard and unforgiving. But this isn't that. You know, the Doom game isn't meant to be that, and I wouldn't want it to be that. I don't think it'd be appropriate for the series. This game certainly isn't that. So I think it'd be very reasonable to have an option in the menu that just says, hey, just give me a distance. Give me a distance to my next save point. Even in games that don't have, like, explicit save points, in games that just have, like, automatic checkpoint systems, if it would just tell you, you know, okay, you're roughly, you know, X rooms, X minutes of gameplay, I don't know, something away from getting a save point, it would give you an idea whether you should play a little bit more or, you know, because the thing is, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I just did it. You saw me do it. You damn saw me do it. I knew I was going to do it. I spent the whole time getting here like, I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it, and then I did it. That's really fucking funny. Holy shit. All right. Okay, we got a zone and then zone back. Oh man, where's the closest zone barrier? I'm not a smart man. Okay, gotta go up here. Yes. Boy, those guys are kind of damaged, spongy. Right. Lock the door. You know, I guess now that I think about it, you know what? I'm gonna... Shit. Wait a minute. No, I can't do it that way, because I can't carry that guy back through the, I can't carry that guy back through the water. That's impossible. It's gonna have to be forward, not back. Because, as soon as you drop into the water, you just sink straight down if you have a thing in your belly. And so since this area requires a bunch of water, and the forward path I don't think does, then I'm gonna have to grab the bug and go forward, not back. So it's just as well, really. Yeah, because what would have happened is I would have grabbed it, fallen into the water, sunk like a stone, and that would have been that. So, okay. All right, we in it. How are we gonna do this? I guess. Oh wait, we gotta go through water here too, right? Yeah, we do. Oh, I can't do this with my current movement tech. It's impossible. Oh, yep, there it goes. Yeah, no, I don't think it can be done. I think I've got to get a different movement tech. Acquire additional frog points. Become more frog. I'm insufficiently frog right now is the problem. If I was simply Frogger, like the popular fellow from the popular game Frogger, there wouldn't be a problem right now. It's my fault for being insufficiently frog. Increase frog. I don't know, this guy's pretty frog already, if I'm frank. I don't know if I'd want him to be Frogger. It's like The Witcher. Like, I think we assumed that Frogger implies, you know, that he's someone who frogs, and boy do he. But I'm just saying that maybe the name of the game just suggests that this is a frog that's more frog than most frogs. He's Frogger. Let me drag this joke out a little bit more. That'll make it funny, right? Speedrun strats. Damage boosts. That's right, there wasn't a fountain over here, was there? Oh, but now that we're low on health, let's go over to the machine. Well, how much was that, though? I didn't see. Damn it. I do not intend to grind for 1K coins. I think that'll happen naturally, if and when it does. Alright, Brevis Village. Hey. Oh, it's him. Hello. That sounds like a mid-boss. Clowns. He's having trouble with the logic. That's really funny. No matter what dialogue option you pick, it has the same outcome. Very good, very good. Well, it did bring up my money, so I assumed it cost something, but maybe it just brings up the whole HUD. No, there's no reason to. I don't know how to pronounce. Is it Quixotic? Is that how you're supposed to pronounce? I've never known how to pronounce that. Because the name is Quixote, but do you say Quixotic? I swear I've heard it pronounced Quixotic before, which I'm sure is wrong, but at the same time. I feel like that door's gonna slam shut behind me. It's just a feeling I have. Oh my gosh, there he is. Is it the same guy? Oh, no. No. Oh, it didn't work. You can jump on guys, and I had not really... Oh! I had done it a couple times earlier, but I thought I had done it other times and it did not work. I need to investigate this more, because I guess you can kill things without using the fire breath. And I'm just dumb. I don't remember that in the tutorial. Wah! Anyway, he would be quixotic because he's pursuing a hopeless cause with a lot of foolhardiness. Oh, shoot. Pardon me. Alright, let's go free some prisoners. I sort of like that the doors to the houses are in some cases kind of hard to see because they're just drawn very, you know, sort of incidentally. You know, they're drawn where they would be, and sometimes that means they're kind of tough to see. Let's see what's down here first. So these are cats, right? Right? We agree? Oh my gosh. What are they? Okay, yeah, I can jump on those too. Oh, I'm a doofus. Oh my gosh. Do you see who's in Prison over here? I'm gonna free the hell out of that guy. If I can kill this thing, geez. Tedious. I wonder if this is going to become an enemy I encounter, or a thing I encounter out in the world constantly. There we go. Who dis man? Big boy! Hello! Hedge! That is a feraligator. Okay. Gotta find the secret room. Is it down here? Oh, it's probably up above. Listen, why pronounce things correctly when you can pronounce things incorrectly? The game's sort of mixed combat modes are intriguing in a way that I don't think you see in a lot of games. Hey, look at this fellow up here. Look at the guy right above me. Is that just an anthropomorphic brick? I love him. I love every single character in this game. They're all so distinct. And again, it's why it feels like Wonder Boy 3 to me, because like every single creature gets the benefit of a really charming character design. Wow, that thing is really hard to kill. Well, I guess I could maybe just gnaw on it? Oh. You can ride him. I don't know that these things hurt me if they're flying. Oh, they do. The game has just the tiniest touch of fourth wall breaking. I love it. Like, I'm ostensibly a mole. I think as a play on the fact that the art doesn't really so much, which I think was true of, what was his name in Mario RPG, the original one? The guy who is not... The guy who looks like a marshmallow? Well, I think he's supposed to be... something else? Oh. Said there's supposed to be a secret room. Is it back here? Well, it wouldn't seem to be. Well, I wonder where the secret room is. down here? No? Check inside the fridge. Yeah, I didn't check inside the fridge. That's true. The elevator house. Maybe there's something I need that I don't have. It stands out to me that there's more village to explore, and I can do that now. So maybe let's do that and come back. Okay, so this is just straight up locked. Locked. I need a key. Locked. Locked. I need a key. Where is it? This one is not locked. Fan house. Oh, perhaps I see the gimmick. I do see the gimmick. Okay. Welcome to... We had elevator house. Welcome to fan house. There's a water cooler. Oh! What a fella. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, fan off. Excellent. Oh, I expected to be able to interact with the water cooler, and I could. Where are these? Well, that's interesting. Huh. Ooh. Did those? There we go. It's like, did those, like, cannonball-looking things start glowing more and more the more they ran into the brick guy? That was some weird, like, physics nonsense going on there. Well, whatever. Here we are. I cannot remember the name of that font. Who says locked? God damn it, now it's killing me. Who does say locked? I'm trying to remember now. I need a key. I need a key. Locked. Oh, it's Blood. It's the guy from Blood. Marvelous ventilation. You know what's amazing to me, actually, is that I've received no cat visits during this stream. I fully expected to, but it just didn't happen. I mean, it still could. Huh. I'm hoping that it turns out that I'm hoping it turns out that I just needed something to get to the aforementioned secret room. Something that I'll find somewhere else. X-ray specs, I don't know. But, well, like, obviously I won't be trapped here. You know, the game will offer me some way out. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, that is not the key for the front door. But it is the key for a door. Take it. Okay, there's the front door key. Not that I can use it yet, because I don't have a clean path back to the beginning. So let's see what that's all about. Oh. Got that 50. I'm just, like, not even bothering to kill these things. There doesn't seem to be a point. I wonder if that door lets me go straight back to the beginning. I have the feeling it I am pro fourth wall breaking in video games. It is always good, always funny. I love that they added so much personality to Fragado's movement by rotating the sprite, taking advantage of, like, obviously most of this is very sort of locked down 16-bit aesthetic type stuff. But then you've got, these bits and pieces where they, this is interesting. Okay, I'm going to have to do that. Then pick the key back up. Okay. I was momentarily concerned, but I guess I had no reason to be. Anyway, this is mostly, leveraging the, heavy 16-bit aesthetic sort of thing. But then you just have bits and pieces where they're willing to do modern-style graphics. And they're integrated very subtly, and I like it. I think that's all I needed to do there, was just get out, because there's nothing I can do until I find a way to beat the locks. So this is how I came up. Oh, I don't think that was operating before. Let's see what this is all about. So that just takes us down. Wait a minute, there's a pixel floating in space right there. I don't think that's diegetic. I think that's an error. Oh, have we run out of places to go? Or oh, wait, nope, we got down here. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to have found the secret door, but okay. Central House. Oh. I don't think I can do anything here. I think I'm short some movement tech. Oh, that or the... Just can't get through the door there. Oh. Now... Sure. Yeah. Sure. Sure, why not? Why not? You know what? I don't even care anymore. Just, no, go ahead. No, it's whatever. Oh. God damn it. Oh, right. There we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure I could do that. I guess I would say that I have seen, games of this style with slightly better... Basically, this is not, the best game ever made in terms of, like, the most ideal possible way to do a 3D action platformer. There's a few things that, it can be repetitive in places and whatnot. It's definitely mixing it up enough, though. Like, I'll say that much. Like, it's... By all means, it is... Oh, there's bricks there. I barely saw them. By all means, it's doing enough. This is interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, naturally. Hate this house. Very bad house. Detestable. Yeah, at a minimum, I'd give it a B+. Frankly, I'm not that picky about games, and I'm willing to just say A. Not A+ necessarily, but definitely a very solid A. And I mean, it still has time to go some really interesting places, so we'll see. Anything can happen. Like, I think so many of these mechanics are just delightful and, if not unique, certainly, oh, wow. Well, folks, we've got the movement tech check for sure. I think it's really neat that they give you a mana system, but it's recharging, so you're never punished for trying it. And, you know, there were a lot of games that did that, and it really is an unpleasant thing to do to somebody, because, like, I'll tell you, like, as much as I used to love Mega Man when I was a kid, I was perennially at a disadvantage because I didn't want to use any of the special weapons because they have limited ammo. And then what if I used one I didn't really need to? You know, and so what I ended up doing was playing the whole game on lemons, because I'm like, well, what would be the point of doing this boss fight with X item, you know, if I could run out of item? You know, because I knew I wasn't going to get the boss on the first try. Back then, I've, you know, gotten a lot better at games. I do often, you know, beat bosses on the first try in a lot of games now, even older ones, when I go back and play them. Not boasting, I'm just saying, like, I worked hard on it, and I got to the point where usually, because somebody taught me how to, you know, how to learn to beat bosses in games like that, you know, look for the pattern, look for the formula, and you know, leverage it, is basically how it goes. And if I'd known that back in the day, I would have had a much easier time with Mega Man. You know, like, it's not random. The boss always does the same 4 things in a pattern. You just need to, you know, and it's a strong just, but you know, what you're trying to do here is not play perfectly. It's notice notice the boss's weakness, which is that he always does the same 4 things, and then anticipate them. That's all it ever comes down to. Some of them were really tough to get that pattern down, but it's always the same thing. They're not random. They are not, you know, beyond human abilities or anything like that. Obviously, I mean, you know, everybody knows that. But, like, not to say that they're not hard, but it's always the same answer. The key to every boss fight in every single game is the same. It's see what they're doing and then anticipate it. You know, just watch it happen over and over and over, and then die 100 times if need be until you can get yourself to see the tell coming and do the correct thing in response to the tell. And that's how you beat every single game, every single action game in existence. That's literally how they all work. And so, you know, is it a just thing? Well, no. That can be very hard, but it is, you know, that is the thing you're fighting. You know, you're just fighting what is the pattern here. In some games, the pattern is so complicated or the tells are so poor that it's not that easy. And I've certainly been frustrated myself that way. But when it comes down to it, yeah, that's quote unquote all you're doing. And this again is the thing Bennett Foddy was talking about in his game. The idea that in most games, you are guaranteed success if you follow that very simple set of parameters. Pay attention to, you know, the game is telling you what to do, right? Whereas in Getting Over It, and I would say to an extent Dark Souls, among other things, the game is not telling you what to do. It's not on the page. There is no manual, or if there is, it's not in the manual. And you do have to figure it out, and that's unforgiving, right? It's inaccessible. And whether you like that or not, the point is that it's kind of moot, because the overwhelming majority of games are not like this. Most games want you to finish them. And so, yeah, they design enemies and bosses and platforming challenges and everything else by asking, how do we tell the player what to do in this room? How do we tell the player how to beat this boss? And I would say one of the biggest problems with Mega Man is that it didn't do that. As a kid, I had no idea what they were asking me to do. And, you know, again, I took it as a sign of incompetence that I was unable to go through the levels without getting hurt. But the reason I couldn't go through them without getting hurt is so frequently just because I didn't realize that it's okay to just stand there for a really long time. Stand in the same room for a really long time until you get the pattern. So you go, okay, well, this enemy is going to do this, and then they're going to do this, so then I have to do this. And it doesn't make it easy, but that is all I needed to do. And I would have been able to do it if I'd realized that's what I needed to do. But an awful lot of older games in particular, and some newer ones, do a really shit job, or no job at all, of telling you what they need you to do. And when that's not intentional, when the game is not meant to be that kind of hard, that's when you start saying a game sucks. When it's unclear what you're supposed to do, but that's not clever, it's just a fuck up, Oops, I went too far. Then yeah, that's a bad game. Okay, so we're in the elevator house, and we're looking for the secret room. And now we know that probably the secret room is literally just a wall you walk through. Like, the most frustrating, in my opinion, the most frustrating type of game ever made are the ones back in the 80s, often made on, on computers, where you had to know, go to this room and look in this corpse or this bucket for this item, and if you don't do that, the game is unbeatable and you will never know that. And like there were some adventure games that were like this. There were some RPGs that were like this. There were some Japanese and some American and some British games. Like, everybody was guilty of it at some point. And I can't even think like where it was most common. It's hard to even think of good examples. But that's the ultimate dick move, when you just like, when you let somebody play a game without knowing that they're wasting their time. That's unforgivable, and I'm so glad that shit is fucking over. Like, it is very tough to find a game nowadays, really in the last 30 years almost, where you can just be playing it and not know that all of your time is going nowhere. So thank fucking Christ that's over. At this point, I'm just like walking into walls and like, is this it? And again, I'd be like, well, it sucks that they're not telegraphing what we're supposed to do here, except they kind of did. Well, assuming that it does turn out that this is what I'm looking for, a wall that I just walked through. If that is the case, then the other house acted as a tutorial to, oh, wait, there's a key over there. What's that key for? I didn't realize I could get that. Oh, hello. Holy shit, I didn't even notice you. What? I missed this part entirely earlier. Oh, that key is not for that cage. Very funny. Oh yeah, Castlevania 2, right? Yeah, Castlevania 2 was full of these, like, you just need to know. Okay, well, there we go. Motherfucker. Oh, is that it? Is that... Well, that doesn't help me save anybody. Well, maybe... Okay. Well, I guess we have our progress path then. It's, you bring up the wizardry question. Yeah, like, okay, so both me and my girlfriend have struggled a lot with, man, is there any way to approach this stuff? These old RPGs. Like, it's like I grew up with, the first RPG I ever saw was The Dark Heart of Yggdrasil, a Bruderbund game for DOS, because my mother was playing it a lot. And I don't know how much progress she ever made in it, but it can't have been much because that game is like punishingly difficult. The Danger House, it's all the usual stuff. The unforgiving RPG design of the past, where you know, you can just easily party wipe and all your effort is just gone. And I guess that's really, you know, that's the one of the most obvious examples, I guess, of the sort of unforgiving game design I was talking about earlier. Is, you know, the old D&D games where you had, you know, permadeath, or at least you could lose tremendous amounts of progress, like virtually the whole goddamn game, just by losing one battle. That, you know, that shit is incredibly frustrating. And, you know, basically what people say is, well, that was fun when either you had nothing else or when you know, you had a different mentality about it. And hey, you know what, I'm not even about to argue with that per se. Shit. I will fuck this up until I don't. Okay, so I think... Okay, problem solved. Did I just pick those up? I'm sorry. I didn't just get an item, did I? No. A set of secret techniques and exercises that lengthen your tongue. Anyway. Anyway, so like me and Daria both, you know, looked into the prospect of like modern games that are trying to update like the wizardry formula. And what is it? Something Grimrock, I think I've played some of, and like it's good, but for me it wears thin really fast. And the reason is because when it comes down to it, the core gameplay loop is deeply repetitive, and even though there is a hard save feature, there's still that problem of dying. There's still the problem of like getting in a fight and not knowing until the end of it whether you were able to actually take on that fight or not. I guess that's a problem I have with a lot of older RPGs, that you can be like, you can be fighting a bunch of skeletons and you're like, okay, am I going to win this one? I really don't know. Am I actually equipped? You know, are they going to hit me? Are they going to hit me for more damage than I can take? I really don't know. You go into it, you hit guys, you hope you don't die. And that's really... That's how I feel about so much of the older, you know, Western RPGs. It's like, and some older JRPGs as well. Oh, god damn it. Some older JRPGs as well. I just like in an action RPG, there's a couple redeeming qualities that make this less of a problem. The first is that because the game is based on real-time skills rather than numbers. To put it simply, you can beat the game when you shouldn't be able to. You can, you know, if your numbers in, say, Dark Souls are way lower than the designers perhaps intended or expected them to be at the point you're at in the game, you're not going to tink. You know, you're not going to be utterly incapable of hurting things. You're just underpowered, and that means you can brute force your way through challenges. And so again, you never really have a moment, or you shouldn't at least, where you go, am I not supposed to be here yet? Is that the problem? Am I having trouble because I've wandered into an area I'm not supposed to be in? Or just, you know, does the game get vaguely harder over time to the point where, you know, in order to progress, I'd have to grind like hell, but I don't know when that grinding should occur. You know, this is something that the better action RPGs don't have a problem with, particularly because, yeah, you can usually beat anything as long as you're willing to put in enough effort. And so, you know, in some games, this takes the form of, do you want to have an easy fight? Grind a whole bunch. Or do you just want to press forward, and you don't want to do all that shit? Well, if you're willing to pass a skill check, like a real life, you know, hand-eye coordination skill check, then you can do that. Hello, fuck this site. Thanks for joining the stream. They are definitely cats. It's confirmed. I figured. Go whilst the going's good. What a phrase. One moment. Okay. The Elder's House. I love all the dialogue in this game. It's really good. But you do have to put up with this. Okay, so I cannot jump on this guy. I can go up here, though. Can he come up here? Wait, oh, I can't jump on him when he's knifing. Okay, that's what's up. Okay, so it's space to, oh, I'm not sure if it does any damage. Is he gonna throw something at me that I can use as ammo, or, oh, shit. Well, he throws those knives, but I don't know, can I tongue those? This is kind of a tough fight. Throw the knives, come on. So he does the... Okay, so anytime he does that, he's doing the jump. Okay, and goes into the long spin. Throw the knives. Oh! Okay, so I want to bait out the charge attack. Oops. Bait out the charge attack. Hit him in the back. Shit. Alright, that's good to know for future. So we have to stay on the... Okay, can't tongue those, unfortunately. Ooh, that's quite the pattern. Alright. So we want to stay on the ground to bait out the charge attack. Which is not that. Nor is it that. Oh, damn. Does he only do it up here, maybe? No, that can't be right. Oh, whatever. Oh, shit. Okay. Bait. Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, man. This is a tough one. Okay, so it's only about like a 1.5-second window. Like you have to run under the jump attack. Okay, I think I got this. That's an annoying one, because it's not exactly clear how many times he's going to do it. Also the bed kind of confuses matters, but... Oh, wow, I am not doing a lot of damage to him, huh? Well, I mean, we've got him trapped in a pattern, as it were, so, like, I could do it. Okay. Oh, shit! Late jump. Okay. Whew. This game feels like if Tyrion 2000 was a platform instead of a shmup. Tyrion 2000 was like one of the most indie games for a very long time. Like, I remember that one. It has a lot of the same. It has a lot of like modern indie kind of energy to it. Okay, so let's begin this fight by just going upstairs immediately. I think that's probably the play. Interesting question about whether you can land on him when he's stuck. Let's see if we can figure that out. I'm not exactly sure what baits the charge. Do you have to be close? I can't tell. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the play. That's what we're trying to do. That's the pattern. Okay. We bait the charge. Oops, shit. We bait the charge and then jump on him. That I don't like that attack. The one's really unpleasant to dodge. Okay, come on. I could probably combo with some flame and get a double whammy, I'm thinking. Okay, no, oh, he's got iframes, right, okay. Right. I think I've got it this time. I only have one health bar left, but we'll see how that goes. I wish he would go for it. Come on, go for the charge, dude. Here we go. Ouch. I love this little guy. That's so good. You probably could flame him when he's charging the jump attack, but it looks like you don't really need to. Oh, whoops, I skipped a... Oh, yeah, I think we straight up got a whole heart. I do feel like Ouch in lowercase is extremely funny. Also, what is this guy? I don't know what kind of guy this is. Lengthy dialogue in this game. Finally getting the lore dump. Oh my god. You always need an excuse. Smart arse. Okay, so the game is British. Cripes. Excellent dialogue. Dialogue in this game is ideal. Oh, is everybody just loose now? There's an airship in this game. There's so much talking. Whoops. I'm gonna try going in the fireplace. Didn't work. Okay. I guess I'll talk to this guy while I'm here. Okay. There we go. Kitties. They're consistently referred to as kitties. Wait, Australian? Is it? Now he's saying regular ass. Schmuck as a verb. That's fresh. Boy, this is so much text. Like, I don't mind, but it does make it a bit rough for a performance. You know, I should also say, I've been playing this game for a while. I wonder how long it is. Like, for all I know, we're halfway through the game, though I doubt it because of the old saw. In a Metroidvania, this is how far you are in the game. You know? Like, we could probably assume that we'd have a lot more hearts and stuff down here and a lot more things over here. So, you know, I have to assume that we're in basically the first, let's call it the first 10th of the game, which would make this a pretty long game. Let me just see how long to beat has a page on it. There we go. Yeah, so How Long to Beat says it's about a 4-hour game, though I don't know, you know, who set that time. Oh, okay, 2 people. All of 2 people. Again, this is not the most well-known game. Yeah. 2010. Okay, Adelina, thanks for the Clive so much. I really appreciate it, and you have a good night in France. I guess I should go back and meet everybody. You know, I really thought I was gonna find keys to let everyone out of their cages, and I wonder if that was possible. Probably not, but who's this dude? Oh, these are the twins. This guy has strong VVVVV energy. Better game than Fez. Man, man. Is Fez a good game? Longest thread in history of forum locked by moderator after 35,000 pages of debate. It's so tough to say. I'll tell you, I never beat it, you know, and I know why. Oh, let's talk to. What are they? A mouse? What are they? Ruckus. Oh my God! The world alters itself, and they just kind of. You know what? Let's lampshade that. Oh, hello. What a big boy. I'm proud of him. I'm glad we're friends. I was kind of hoping the townsfolk would have some items for me, etc., but what can you do? Oh, whoops. Bad gaming. Streamer admits incompetence. Likewise. I hate this house. Yeah, but all the dangers are gone. I think a lot about how, like, there were many attempts to make snarky kind of anti-hero sort of characters, edgy, characters in, action platformers, and basically Gex and Duke Nukem. They kept trying to do that over and over and over, and it never worked. And it doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Everybody likes a snarky protagonist in an action game. Fan house. I didn't realize that one of the reasons for re-exploring the town is just to see how all the houses have changed. It's not that different, but it is, I don't know, it's a funny thing. I think it's a funny thing. Yeah, I guess there's nobody here in this one. Huh, no villagers. Did everybody go to the store? He did say that guy went to the store, so I should go to the store and see what he's doing. Oh, that's why this thing started moving, because there's a button there. I didn't even notice the button. Button. Anyway, I do appreciate a game, though, that plays with the game world, even if they don't lampshade it. Either way, it's good. But I really like the idea of, sure, yeah, fuck it, let's just reconfigure the world. Who gives a shit? If we're willing to say that somebody built a house that nobody would ever build. The kitties. They consistently refer to them as the kitties. Okay, let's talk to this dude. Okay. Like, in places, the story is definitely kind of on the blander side. But again, I think that's sort of the consequence of having a... Wait, can we buy another tongue extension? Oh my god. Yes. I didn't know we could buy another tongue extension. Oh, it's so long! Ah! It's big! And you know what? Actually, I'm going to get this health potion. Lampshade is a, oh wait, sorry, hang on a second. Oh wait, the Wonder Boy remake actually is running an emulator and just hooking it, okay. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know they'd gone quite that hard. That's really cute. Anyway, but yeah, so, the term lampshade, sorry, the term lampshade, if I'm using it correctly, refers to the idea of, I don't know if it started out as a TV trope. I think it predates that, but basically it's the idea of if you can't hide that you've done something dorky, then just put a lampshade on it. Like, just if you can't hide it, then just make it as obvious as possible. And so something like this, where it's like, well, we want to make... We're putting the character in a village, and it looks like a place people would live. But that means it's just a bunch of houses, and houses are not a very interesting place to have a platform game. So if we're going to have the player play here, rather than, making like a tokusatsu show and sending them to the quarry, then we have to give them some way to... interact with this space in an interesting platformer game type way. But how do we do that without making the houses not look like places where people would live? And the answer is you can't. And a lot of games a lot of games, like Wonder Boy 3, don't even try. They just make the houses and buildings ridiculous. Now, your two ways of handling that are, A, you don't say anything about it. You know, that's the 8-bit game approach. It's just, yep, you're in a house, there's a guy there. He says, yes, I live here, but the place is obviously not a place anybody would live. The other way to do it is to lampshade it. You have the characters go, wow, what a ridiculous house. Why would anybody live here? And there's a number of indie games in particular that do this. And then the third option, which they picked here, is do both. Just have the place be a ridiculous puzzle room when it needs to be, and then have it become a normal house when it needs to be, and then have the character comment on that anyway. It's delightful. It's absolutely great. Hey, what, why do I have a new icon in the upper left corner? What's this big X? I have no idea what that is. What is that? I don't remember. Oh, that's my potion slot. Chug and heal. Okay, I'm not going to mess with that right now because, well, but how do I use it? Like, do I need to equip it before it's useful? Or if I hit this, is it just going to use it? Let's find out. Yep, there we go. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, yeah, so none of this other stuff was usable. So this is my first time I had a usable item. Oh, it's him again. There I am. Yes, the dark end of lamp shading is, I would go further than Marvel movie. I would say it's Joss Whedon. It's really funny that the guy is just like this total straight man. You know, the Forgato is just like, just going, yeah, I don't really know if any of this is accurate. This is just what I'm being told. Like, this is really, really naturalistic dialogue, which is very funny for a game of this sort. I think you're supposed to be seeing those as the end of the feathers, the thing that looked like toes, but I don't know. This is such a weird conversation to just have in the middle of the game. Like, we're on stage 3 of lore dumps. Except this one isn't really a lore dump, it's just restating stuff we already saw, but like diegetically, which I'm not really opposed to. It's a video game. You can spend as much time as you want. Like, I could skip all this if I wanted to. I could hit start. Like, okay. So what we've just witnessed here is very interesting. This is a technique that you are never supposed to use when you're making a movie or a book, which is to, a character learns something, and then, well, let's finish this dialogue. This is all stuff we already do. Okay. So, a thing that you just cannot do in a movie or a book or a TV show typically is character learns something, maybe something like really involved, like really fundamental to the, like fundamentally altering their view of the world perhaps, or at least explaining it. They get a lore dump, okay? A character gets a lore dump. They finally understand the big secret behind everything that's going on. Now they meet another character who cannot possibly have been there for that. What do you do? What do you do? Do you have the protagonist stand there and explain all the stuff that they just learned word by word? Well, no, because the viewer just heard all of that. So you just can't do it again. You can't just repeat it all. The thing is, though, you could. This usually people are pretty reluctant to do it, but like, you can, and this is what it looks like. So interesting way to go about it. Oh, thank you, RetroSwim, for the donation. I'm glad you like my work. I am trying my best to make it worthwhile. Oh gosh, I have been streaming for 4 hours and 38 minutes. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do another I'm gonna go to 5 hours and then stop. So we're gonna play a little bit more here. But yeah, exactly. Like the typical way of doing this is to either there's two possible outcomes for this situation that are typically used. One is, yeah, you just fade to black and come back, and a few video games will do that. TV shows and movies can, but a lot of the time they don't. I think it comes off as really hackneyed. But in a lot of entertainment, what you get is you get really bad explanations. Sometimes like a character, they've learned a lot of heavy stuff, and then they summarize it really, really poorly in like a pithy sort of, single line. And I have always hated this. I can't think of examples off the top of my head, but maybe you can. I've always hated this practice, to basically have a character summarize a situation more, sort of more succinctly, or more, simplify it more than anybody ever would IRL. Like, to not give an adequate explanation to somebody who would definitely demand, like, hey, you got to give me more than that. Like, you can't just leave it at that. But a lot of times characters in media will just leave it at that, and that frustrates me. So, like, it's a tough nut to crack, but I also think it's interesting to take the approach that, hey, you know what? We're making a video game here. If the player doesn't want to see more, I knew that would work. I was sure that would work, and it did work. I love Dark Souls 2. We're making a video game here. If the player doesn't want to see dialogue, they can just skip it. So why not just put in all the dialogue we want? And then if you would prefer to see the game, as a completely internally consistent, diegetically, coherent story, then you can do that. And if not, then just hit start. The trouble, of course, is that you don't know which dialogue is critical and which is just restating what you've already heard. On the other hand, the number of games I've seen that did this is like one. It's this. I can't think of any other examples of games that are just like, hey, fuck it. You know what? We can have as many words as we want. Let's just use them all. Oh my god. Okay, so I've got to get this key up from the bottom, and I can't do any wall jumps, which means... Oh no! We've got to do that business. Nope. Nope. Skill check. At least I got the long tongue, eh? Okay, alright. We in it. I am detecting some we can lose progress energy here. Right. Oh boy. Oh no! Oh man, this is such... Okay, if they were doing more of this in the game, I would be really irritated about it. But the fact that it's just like, this is the second time they've done anything like this. This is too funny to be mad at. Can't do it. Okay. Ah, excellent. Oh, cool. We got a little check valve, so you can't fuck up and lose that much progress. Loving it. There we go. Fucking Castlevania Symphony of the Night ass sound effect there. All right, there we go. The Foreboding Forest. The music is really like, to me, you know, as somebody who grew up, you know, oh, who's that? Okay, that's the only design for a squirrel character I've ever seen that I didn't find boring. I find squirrels to be the most boring animals in the world. It's a thing with me. I'm pro almost every animal, but I cannot care about squirrels. I just can't do it. They're so dull. The way they move. Ugh. I fricked up. Bud. Really love the character design in this. All the, like, the enemies, the NPCs, everything. Just positively delightful. Oh, shit. Okay. So, probably... Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh, man. Oh, okay, we can't jump on him. You know what? I got a strat. Bye. Okay, well, at least they die easy. Oh, my God. Okay, just get through it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Shit. Motherfucker. Why did that work? Okay, so how does this work? Can we zap it? Oh, we can. Oh, okay, we take that. We do take that. Like, as in we obtained it. Acceptable. Welcome to the Gnarled Knoll. God, the music is so good. I was gonna say, as somebody who, you know, grew up listening to the Mega Man. Wait, did I just tongue zap the whole squirrel? Game changed. I mean, literally, but you know. Okay, I gotta investigate that situation. I don't like these guys. They're a bit too spongy. They shouldn't be that strong. Ugh. As somebody who used to listen to the Mega Man soundtrack when I wasn't playing Mega Man, music is incredibly important to me in games. It's as essential as any other component in a game that has good music. Like, there are good games that don't have good music. Unfortunately, I wish that wasn't a thing, but it is. But in any game that has good music, the music is such an essential part of the experience. And one thing that's really always a bummer is... Okay, so that's the skip up there because I'm playing on casual mode. One thing that's always a bummer is when a game has really, really, really good music, and then occasionally has like sort of a crappy track. It's just like, they sort of phoned this one in. And I think it happens in just about everything. And I wish it were not as much of a bummer as it very much is. Oh? Wait, sir? Sir? Oh, well, I should probably save. Done. Okay. But now, let's return to this situation. Why is this not working? Is there a switch? So I guess you could skip the whole overland up there and just do the whole thing underwater if you wanted. Or is this just a return path? Is there no way up over there? I was not paying attention. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually what's going on. Well, at least, you know, it beats a bottomless pit, I'll tell you what. I think they've designed it so it's basically impossible to wall jump to the wall you're already on, you know? That's interesting. Huh. Maybe they just flagged that as not jumpable because it really feels like it should be jumpable. Shit. Lol. Give me 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. You're getting top chatted. Apologies. Yeah, top chat is irritating. It's again, yeah, it's in big streams. You know, what can you do? You got to try and do something. The fact is, there just shouldn't be chat at that scale, and it's just not a very good idea. But people expect it, so what can you do? I've had a couple people who like didn't have any idea who I was get in here and just get super mad at me because I wasn't interacting with every single chat message. And I'm just like, no, bud. Just because I'm using the tools of the people who have turned their lives into a nightmarish Sisyphean hell? Oh. Doesn't mean I'm actually doing that. This is weird. This is a boss, but... Shit, I keep... There's more. Oh, I wonder, you know what? I wonder if I can jump on these guys. I probably can. This is frustrating because I only have enough mana. I don't have enough mana to kill one of these guys in one go. I wonder if they have iframes. Oh, it's because I'm hitting them continuously, but they have iframes. So if I just waited a moment. Okay, I think that's what's up. It was a weird little mid-boss. What are my thoughts on the Half-Life games? Okay, so... People don't like my thoughts on the Half-Life game. Sorry, on Half-Life 2, I should say. So, basically... I think that Half-Life is one of the best games, like, one of the most important games ever made, and one of the best games ever made in terms of, you know, action games. So I played it when it was new. Thank you for the donation, by the way. I played it when it was new, and so I have the perspective of somebody who, you know, was up to date on games to that point. So when somebody says, like, this game was revolutionary, no, I can tell you, when I first played this game, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Like, I couldn't comprehend what the hell was going on. It felt like at any moment it would surely have to get less of whatever it was that it was, because to my knowledge, you couldn't do any of this stuff in video games. This wasn't an option, but it just kept going and kept being the same level of quality, the same level of interactivity, you know, everything that made it what it was, it just kept being that thing. And, you know, going from like, you know, Doom and Quake, where, you know, they're basically cartoonish, you know, they're you know, a big part of the game, a big part of a first-person shooter is the gunplay, right? Well, the gunplay in Half-Life, in retrospect, is not the best, to put it mildly.
but at the time, it was more realistic and more, it felt punchier than anything else in existence. No one had come anywhere clear. And that was the other thing, right? Yeah, it came from this company that nobody had ever heard of. An absolute nobody. And as we now know, the game almost never existed. I do remember seeing previews of it in magazines. I remember reading about the game and thinking, none of that's going to happen. You know, all this stuff they're promising, none of that's going to happen. That's beyond our abilities as a species. Get out of here. You know. And then of course it came to pass. It was everything they said it would be and more. And I guess I played the game, and then I played it again, and then I played it again, and then I played it again. It's the sort of a thing where something is so it's so something, you know, it's so impactful, and it's doing something so new that even though it's just one game with one, you know, single player campaign that never changes, you find yourself playing it like it's a constantly changing thing, like a live game, like a, you know, or an MMO or a roguelike or something like that, where there's just endless hours of, you know, theoretically endless hours of gameplay where you never see the same thing twice. Well, I was playing, you know, the same, you know, 8 hours or whatever over and over and over and over and over, and to the point where it felt like an activity in itself. You know, playing Half-Life was like playing games or watching a movie. It was this unique activity separate from all other types of activity. And I never really got over it. The game is absolutely fascinating, impeccably designed, no notes whatsoever. Hello, who are you? Are you friend? You look like friend. Hello. You look magical. Perfect, that's what I wanted to say. Oh. Yes, go for it. Let's play in this space. Yes, just go into it. Just completely grind it into the mud. I love it. This is really good. This sucks. I love this so much. I don't know any of these jerks. Good game. Excellent game. Perfect writing. Love it. I hate Half-Life 2. Like that's, oh man, it's like it's not true, but it is true. Like, I don't think it was possible to follow up Half-Life 1. I don't think it was possible to make something that that would have appropriately, you know, that would have carried the torch. And I've just never forgiven it for all the things that I wanted it to be, and it wasn't. And on the flip side, I've never forgiven it for being acutely aware of its place in the world and the shoes it was trying to fill. You know, like, the thing is, if I start bitching about Half-Life 2, it's just going to sound so petty. It's going to sound so fucking like Philistine almost, you know. So okay, here's, oh wait, where's Clive? Oh, Clive generator broke. Yeah, VC face just closed. When did that happen? Portal is perfect. No notes. Portal and Portal 2 are both ideal games. Absolutely no problems with them whatsoever. I love those games. Like every single thing that is wrong with. Let's close that. Is VC Face gonna run or? Okay. Well, there he is again. Huh. Well, anyway. So, okay. In terms of story, in terms of atmosphere, in terms of like how it feels cohesively, it makes it. You know what? Yes, Clive crashed. That's what's happening here. That makes perfect sense. Clive just crashed. God, it's so appropriate. I love when Clive breaks. It's extremely appropriate. Anyway, so a few things. I can't remember if the stained glass window with Gordon with the crowbar is in the game or if it's in a demo or a test room somewhere. I think it's only in a test room. I don't think it actually wound up in the game. But either way, yeah, there you go. Like 744 says, the physics simulation stuff, I'm sorry, I don't remember it being the least bit remarkable. Havoc was out. It had been out for like several years. I remember first seeing like Havoc physics simulation in like 01. That's in Lost Coast. Okay. I remember seeing Havoc physics, quite a bit earlier, and I remember thinking two things about it. The first was, wow, this is going to be in everything, and the second was, and it will never matter. And to a certain extent, I think I'm right in the sense that Bennett Foddy says in a quote of his that's on Wikipedia, I don't know where it's from, that he's a big fan of messy physics games. And, the case in point, a great example of such is the game he made. Basically, with physics, even if it's deterministic, it is so sensitive to the butterfly effect that it's very, very difficult to plan out a player interaction. The opposite of a physics-based game is like an NES game where you have to, an NES, like a fairly late model NES game or SNES game where you're expected to walk up to something and push it, right? And it's hard-coded. If you stand in this place and you press right, your character will play an animation and these tiles will update and a smoke effect will appear. And that becomes a little, a stepping stone that you can use to get to a higher, floor, okay? That is something you can bank on. You can predict that the player will discover it. It can't get itself into an unwinnable state, right? When you make a game that is based entirely on physics, or that integrates, actual realistic physics simulation into its core elements, there is a very strong chance that you're going to need to put in some sort of cutout, some way for the player to get by if the physics engine fails them. Now, Half-Life 2 has the advantage that it's save scum era. You can just drop a hard save, and there's autosaves all over the place. So if a player gets themselves into an unwinnable situation because they got all the crates stuck somewhere they can't get to, then they can press F9, right? And you can't really, do that as much anymore. I think in a modern game, if you were developing a modern game and, for like a AAA studio, and you said like, oh, well, if the player does this, this, and this, then they could just go into the menu and pick load last checkpoint. Your project manager is going to tell you that, you fix it or you're fired. Like, you're not releasing that. You get the fuck out of here. We live in the era of fucking God of War kid who can't shut up for 5 seconds telling you, like, pull the lever. Pull the lever. It's the only thing in the room. Pull the lever. Why don't you try pulling the lever? Like, they're not going to give you a physics puzzle that is necessary to continue the game. And likewise, a thing I find fascinating about Dark Souls, one of the things that keeps me intrigued by the series, is that they are willing to do something that no other game anywhere is willing to do, which is they are willing to give you a puzzle that can only be surpassed by standing on rubble. Like, there are things in Dark Souls you can only do by walking at a 40-degree angle up a pile of, like, rocks that are just laying there. And they're not physics objects, but the point is that in video games, all
all video games going back 20 years, and in some cases longer, every single thing that you can, every place you can be in the game is rectangular. All locations that you are allowed to be are rectangular. If a game has terrain, if it has like dirt and grass, none of it matters. Nothing that happens in an open field in a game matters. Like if you're playing Halo and you're in like or Call of Duty or something like that, and you're in an area that, it's dirt and trees and grass, what you are doing is you are progressing forward until you get to the next chunk of concrete. That is how that works. Because you can't trust encounters to work correctly on sloped terrain. There's just too many variables, and literally. And so games, if they want you to climb up onto a ledge, then there will be a big rectangular depression at the base of that ledge. If they want you to go in a particular direction, then there will be a literal road. There will be a depression in the ground with raised edges on either side to show that that is the critical path. And it is all games, and there are good reasons for it. And the fortunate thing is that it works diegetically most of the time. What is interesting about Dark Souls to me is that it does none of this. Most of the critical path in all of the games is just not signposted, literally. Like, there are an enormous number of things you have to do in Dark Souls that involve, just sort of pick a direction and go and see what happens. You're in these big arenas, these massive arenas that are full of like all this rolling sloped terrain, and there's trees and there's like rock walls, and like they'll just put an enemy in the middle of that. You can't predict how the player is going to interact with that. You can't predict where that enemy is going to go, what their pathfinding is going to do. And sure enough, it's a shit show. It's a total shit show. You have to play the game reactively unless you're like a speedrunner level good, because you just don't know. Like, the game isn't actually full of RNG, but because there's no critical path anywhere, just about, you just never know what's going to happen. You could walk into the same area 10 times and you're just entering it from slightly different angles each time because you're just not being funneled into these rectangular paths. Video games are really bad at dealing with curved surfaces and with angles. They want rectangles. Everything is orthogonal. And so, like, we all know that, yes, the yellow paint thing is an extreme end of this, but it's all over the place. We all know at this point that video games are lies. Again, going back to the Bennett Foddy thing, like he said, you can be sure when playing a game that you can finish it because they want you to finish it. So if they find a place where the average player keeps screwing up, they will put in little tiny invisible helpers to keep you from screwing up. If you're playing a Call of Duty game and it's like, oh, you got to take this sniper shot, it's a 1.5 mile sniper shot. If you miss, but you're within a margin, the game is going to make you hit as long as it looks like you could have hit. They're going to find a way to make it look like you could have hit because they don't want you to sit there. They don't want you to fire your gun and then you miss and then the enemy is alerted and the whole set piece is ruined. Right? So they want to ensure as much as they can without showing their hand, without tipping their hat and letting you, the player, realize that it's all being manipulated. They want to ensure that when you think that you are good enough, that you will be good enough. And so the whole idea of like, game difficulty is fake. This is a known thing. We have known this for years at this point. Difficulty in games is completely made up. It is a question of what challenges do you want placed in front of you. But it doesn't really affect whether those challenges are genuinely tough. It affects how much assist you get, and it affects how many challenges and like how long the window is for timed events and things like that. But by and large, like almost every game, almost every check in any game is being fucked with behind the scenes to try to ensure that you don't end up stuck there. Dark Souls had the audacity, it had the sheer rudeness to just go, no, you either figure it out or you don't. We're not going to fix any of your bad swings. If you hit a wall with your sword, you hit a wall. Sorry, bud. If you almost killed that guy except for that last pixel of health, that's a bummer. You should have killed him. Shame that you didn't. But also, it is willing to do all of this in a very messy world that's got, there's rubble and there's like weirdly shaped objects all over the place, and they don't try and like the way that that most games would handle this that wanted to be approachable is like if you look at Ornstein and Smoug's chamber, Smoo, whatever, Smuff. There's these big columns in there, and they get smashed over the course of the battle. But every time that Ornstein does this big charge, when he runs into those, like in most games, they would make the collision geometry for those would be like a big rectangle, and he wouldn't try to charge into it. He would line himself up differently so he could get a shot straight at you, and they would have him rubber band, so he would just like warp to a position where he can get a shot straight at you. It would be bullshit. But instead, they do a very different kind of bullshit where if he shoots at you and he doesn't land just smack dab in the middle of the column, he'll just slip around it. He'll just pop around it, like water running around an object on the, like fucking pachinko, like a pachinko ball, okay? And it's infuriating, especially the first time you encounter it. It's infuriating because you're like, no, he was supposed to get stopped by that. I was behind a column. Well, no, you weren't. That's not how he works. It's how every other game would do it, and it's how reality might do it, but it's not how this one does it. And it is such a violation of the rules that, it's really frustrating. But that's the way that particular game is. It might as well be a physics puzzle. Like so much of that game, even though it doesn't actually use a physics engine for almost anything, so much of that game feels like a physics puzzle because it's like, oh, why did I lose on this boss? For the same reason that I threw the crate and I missed the fucking hole it was supposed to go in. I was 1 pixel up or left, or I didn't flick the mouse the right way, or I don't fucking know, but it didn't go in. I started with the box at the wrong angle. What was I supposed to do about that? It's like you're being asked to calculate so far forward in order to make this thing land. And so most game developers don't go near that sort of test. Physics are largely dead as far as game mechanics. Half-Life 2 was one of the first and last games to make physics an elemental part of the game. And of course, most of the time it isn't. The gravity gun gets a lot of credit, but in reality, you spend most of the game shooting a gun, right? At its core, that could be a Call of Duty game. More so than the first one almost. But they don't make, basically they put you in a few set pieces where you have to do physics puzzles that are, when you're making a physics puzzle for the player, you have to give them a really big basket to shoot the ball into, right? You cannot give somebody a basketball and tell them to use the fucking gravity gun to shoot it into a normal sized hoop. It's never going to work. Like, yes, somebody can figure it out, but it's not going to be fun, and it's going to fuck up the flow of the game really bad. So the few places where you do have to do physics things in the game are hyper signposted. It is incredibly obvious what you're supposed to do, etc., etc. To me, in 2004, when that game first came out, I looked at this and I was just like, get this tech demo bullshit out of here. Just get rid of this. And I never appreciated it. I always thought it was so tacked on. It was so like, oh, look what we can do. So I have never liked it. So that's one thing. The fact that the game is so much about this tech demo that ultimately does not play much of a role. Now, there are the vehicles, but again, I look at like Halo's use of vehicles and Half-Life 2's use of vehicles 3 years later, and I'm like, is this supposed to be impressive? Because I feel like if you had not played any PC games before that used vehicles, then maybe I think that might have hit harder. But there were PC games that used vehicles all the way back in the mid-90s, and they always worked the same way. The vehicle was locked into a little arena with raised edges so that you couldn't go anywhere where the messy physics could really explode. And I pegged this instantly. The moment that I looked at the vehicle segments, is there one or I think there's 2 vehicle segments in Half-Life 2, I want to say. The moment I saw the first one, I'm just like, oh, okay. Topologically, what I'm about to do is a hallway. It's just I'm going to drive forward until the game says I'm done. It might as well be a fucking cutscene. And that is how it turned out. Was it cool? Did it feel good? At times, yes. But the thinness of it, the baldness of it to me, the fact there was nothing going on other than, hey, look, it's a vehicle. I could not get over that. I could not square myself with that. I was so cynical at this point already in my young life. I had become so attuned to the idea that game developers, game studios, I should say, were prone to hyping things. I mean, you got to remember, this is post Red Faction, right? Let me just verify that, but I think 2001. This was post Red Faction. And when Red Faction came out, we were told that the sole selling point of the game, the only reason that you were supposed to be excited by that game, they didn't tell you anything about the story, they didn't tell you anything about the gunplay, they told you about one thing, and it was, did you know you can blow holes in the levels? And of course, that ended up being a nothing burger, right? Not only was the game just like a total failure in general because it wasn't fun, but the limitations of that feature, which was incredibly primitive, basically they were forced to do exactly what you'd expect, which is, no, you can't blow up any part of the world you want. You can blow up these carefully designated wads of irrelevant material. So here and there's going to be big chunks of concrete, and you will know them immediately because they're one specific color. They're always the same. And if you shoot this with a rocket launcher, for which you get like 9 rockets every 15 minutes, so you can never do it as much as you want, then you will blow a perfectly, polyhedral hole in it. And as an incidental thing, this could have looked neat, but due to the limitations on where they could put it and what you could do with it, and of course the fact that you can't let players blow holes in a level, that's out of the question. Because if you have a locked door, then they'll just blow a hole in the wall next to it, which is a really good point. That's like a really good observation on the practice of putting locked doors in games, but I digress. If you can't do this, it's an epic boondoggle. There's no way to heal the damage that it does. You cannot let players modify the level. It's out of the question. And so they don't. Red Faction has the illusion of a modifiable world, but it doesn't actually have that. And people picked up on that instantly and lost interest, right? Half-Life 2, to me, did the same thing. It was so heavily, if not marketed, at least, the physics stuff was supposed to be a huge part of the game, and it just isn't, because it can't be. You cannot, even though there are parts of the game where, yes, you do need to throw the crate into the fucking bucket to make the ramp go up, which is so silly to begin with. It's just like, it pulls you right out of the game. It's like, hey, game developers here. There's a guy on a, fucking guy with a bullhorn on top of the wall just pokes his head out and goes, hey, hi, I'm the level designer, and just so you know, you need to put the barrel in the box to make the ramp go up. Isn't that neat that works, right? That it's not a cutscene? Wild, right? And you're just like, okay, thanks. What's your name? And, it's just so... You look at Half-Life 1, and every part fits together with every other part. The entire game is one piece. It's so integral. It's so everything is woven together. Like the textures feel like the sounds, feel like the story, feels like the dialogue, and everything just gels. And every event that happens when it should and how it should. And it's just such a slam dunk. And then Half-Life 2, to me, feels like 12 to 15 different tech demos. These little bits and pieces that they made while trying to figure out what do we do next. And then they just tacked them all together and came up with some janky story on top of it that I don't care about to weave it all together. And I don't think it works. I will tell you the very first thing that I was disappointed by when I first got the game is it did not continue the story of Black Mesa. And there's nothing, it's not Half-Life 2. It's Gordon Freeman in an unrelated story. They have nothing to do with one another. Oh, yeah, there's this weak bullshit about, the portals attracted the aliens. Oh, so they could have come at any time, is what you're saying? It's just, that's bullshit. That sucks. That's not a good story. It's not a good story. And it's just an unrelated thing that Gordon Freeman has been thrust into. And if they would have sold it that way, I might have been interested in it, but they didn't. So if you're going to tell me it's Half-Life 2, but then nothing that happens in it really has anything to do with Half-Life 1, which it doesn't, and you won't convince me it does, it just doesn't feel like it has anything to do with it. Like, there were so many questions I wanted answered, or at least I wanted to see, fuck it. Have me spend a whole game in Zen. I don't care. Give me something. But the fact that it's just like, oh, yeah, that whole thing that you had a blast with, 6 years ago, we couldn't think of anything else to do with that. So that's all just gone. And I'm just like, okay, so it's an unrelated game. Then there's the fact that I hate silent protagonists, and I think the first game is the only piece of media in history that has ever made it work. And the reason for that is that Gordon Freeman has no agency, and he shouldn't. Like, he has nothing to say because he's a gopher. Yeah, like, he's supposedly a theoretical physicist, but it's made fairly clear that he's never done anything. He's just some fucking college graduate who's bumming around, who got a job, basically doing Homer Simpson's job, where he like theoretically is in a position where you would have a lot of knowledge, but he doesn't actually have that. He's never done anything. And throughout the game, all you do is get instructions from people and follow them. So the fact that you're an utterly passive character works, because what would Gordon have to say about any of this? He doesn't know anything. He hasn't done anything. He's nobody. And his only role in the first game is that he pushes a fucking cart into the beam. So he's interchangeable. He's a pawn. And that's fine. That I have no problem with that. Until the second game imbues him with this fucking... Valve got so full of themselves. They got so hyped up by the fact that like every single gamer was making all these Gordon Freeman memes. They just couldn't resist. They had to do it themselves. And so everybody in the game, every single person you meet has this weird fawning, almost mysticism about Gordon Freeman that like doesn't make any sense, because in between the events of the first game and the second, a whole bunch of heroes have existed. It doesn't make sense that everybody knows who this guy is. That, and that everybody has this weird fawning attraction to him. And then he meets what's-her-face, whatever, and she's like, I'd love to talk, I'd love to discuss my research with you. And I'm like, why? That's not what he's famous for. He's not famous as a physicist. There's no mention anywhere in the text. There's no mention in the game that he's ever even published a paper. And this is not what we know him for. Why are we bringing this up? Like, it just doesn't gel. And like, yes, you can fill in the gaps with supposition, but that is not what good storytelling is. You don't ask the viewer, you don't give the viewer a bunch of like weird shit and then hope that they'll just like figure out how it could have worked. It's not on the page. It's not in the fucking, in the fucking work. And the problem is that it's just incessant. Like every single time you stop shooting, people start. It's like being in the fucking Beatles, right? And like all you want to do is go to the store, but whoops, there's 1,000 fans who just want to scream at you. And it's like, lady, I don't care about any of the weird shit you're saying about, never mind the fact that she's a liar anyway. I don't care about any of this weird shit you're saying about like, I'll put it this way. I'd love to discuss my work with you. Me, the player, because I don't want to discuss it with you. Like, the fact that the character that I'm playing as has never said a word and that I don't know anything about that topic means that the proposition of such a scene is very dreadful. Like, imagine if that actually came to pass, right? It is not an appealing idea. What would that look like? And it's just so tonally disjointed from the rest of the game. Like, every time you stop shooting, you get put into the Gordon Freeman fan club for another few minutes, and it's so uncomfortable. It makes me so viscerally uncomfortable that, like, I guess I'm standing around listening to these people fawn about me over things that maybe I didn't do or that I don't agree are achievements. I don't want any of this attention. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, no other game does this. But because there was this big gap and because they had made something monumental, Valve could not figure out how to write all the other characters in this game without basically citing all the hubbub that had gone on over the last few years. And the truth is that just look at any sequel to any action movie. That's not how it plays out. Watch the second Matrix movie. Do they spend all their time sucking Neo's dick for being the one? Do they spend all their time, just constantly talking about, I can't, thank you so much for saving us from the what? No, they already had those conversations, off screen, or they don't need to. Not everybody is going to be like that, but every single character that you meet in Half-Life 2, to a one, every single NPC in the entire game treats you like a legend. Fucking Zelda doesn't do that, and you are a legend. It's so inappropriate. It just doesn't work. And I don't understand why people praise the writing in the game. It baffles me. What writing? There is no writing. There's no story. There's no dialogue. All there is the Gordon Freeman Fellatio Club over and over and over and over. Now go shoot some more monsters. The only character in the entire game who interests me is the Vortigern. He's the only one. I think there's only one of them. And he's the only interesting character in the entire game because he doesn't treat you like a weird fucking savior figure. The Freeman will accept our gift or be destroyed is the best line of dialogue in the entire game. It's so appropriate. It's correct. It's what they should be saying, And I just I have trouble with the idea that because nobody knows what you did in Black Mesa. They couldn't. They might be vaguely aware of it. They might have a little, maybe somebody somewhere saw some surveillance camera footage or something, but they can't have known all the stuff that you did. There was nobody around to see it. You were alone the entire time in between these little brief bits and pieces. There's no way you could build no, it was one little incident before the fucking, you weren't even fighting the people that are being fought. The Combine weren't even there yet. They came later. You've never met these dipshits. Why would you know what to... it's awful. It is awful. And then the game itself is a B+ shooter at best. It's it does not have the best gunplay. I remember playing the game just thinking, Jesus Christ, everything in this is so spongy. Every single thing in the entire game. I'm I'm using the fucking machine gun. I'm just like, are you dead yet? No. Let me reload. Still not dead? Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. Nothing feels punchy. Nothing feels good. The fucking shotgun. Wait, is there a shotgun in Half-Life 2? I don't even remember. There isn't, is there? God, this is killing me. I don't even... This is how much. This is how underwhelming. Wow, yeah, no, there is a shotgun in Half-Life 2. It is so goddamn underwhelming that I actually forgot it was there. Because it just doesn't feel like anything. You shoot guys and nothing fucking happens. And okay, but here's the problem, Grangold. It's not decades. There's 2 years between the stories. It's not very long. Here, let me see. Here, 1998. Okay, so the Black Mesa incident happened sometime in the 2000s. And then when does the Combine come? Okay, this says 20 years. It says almost 20 years. That's not long. No. It doesn't matter if it could have played out like that. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. We don't have that kind of reverence for actual heroes. People in the real world who actually did do amazing things do not get treated like this. Categorically, the people who get weird fawning dick suck from every person they meet are celebrities. They are people who didn't do anything. They are people who are only known for their role in culture, not things they actually did. And I think that's the problem. I think that Gordon Freeman is treated like a famous actor, not like a hero. And I think that makes sense for a bunch of, I don't know who wrote the Half-Life 2 story, but I doubt that they thought very much about this. What they had thought about a lot was, holy shit, we went from nobodies to everybody knowing us in our work. They didn't become celebrities in a conventional sense, but they certainly did become people who got interviewed on TV shows. They certainly did become people who got fawning nerds coming at them at conventions. And I think that's what ends up in the story. And again, I'm telling you, this is not a retrospective thing. I thought all of these things in 2004. Like every single one of these things. Was I 16? Something like that. Yeah, I was 16 years old. All right. I had not had the benefit of, 15 additional years or whatever of being soaked in game dev, soaked in all this Gamma Sutra, inside baseball. I played the game and these were my reactions. Like I'm telling you, this is how I felt. And I haven't really enhanced these opinions in all this time. Like every time I've gone back and thought about it, I just come up with the same answer. I just come back with, it doesn't read. None of it reads. And if the gameplay was spectacular, that would be one thing, but I don't think it is. I think it's a series of very, very ordinary, very unremarkable first-person shooter segments with a couple of physics puzzles, and a couple of vehicle segments that were worse than the ones in Halo. And I just don't know what I'm supposed to be impressed by. It missed me then. It still misses me. Episode 2? Episode... God damn it. I can't remember what they fucking called them at this point. Was it episode 1 and episode 2? Yes. They were better, I think. A bit. But, otherwise, I just, I thought the first game was so pallid. And it didn't suck, but it was mids. I thought it was just hyper mids. I played through the whole game, and I really never wanted to play it again. And since then, I've played it again perhaps once. And I need to do it again just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Daria played through played through it the other week, and I watched some of it, and I can't watch the dialogue sequences. All the sequences of the NPCs are so cringy. Like every single second, I'm just like, oh my God, oh, please shut up. Oh, stop saying these awful things. It's so hackneyed. It's so like just self-referential, and they just can't stop jacking off about how we're the guys who made Half-Life. Holy fuck. And it just takes all the joy out of it for me. Like, I remember being one of the people who made the Gordon Freeman mythos. I was there memeing about the game in 2003 and in 1999, right? So essentially, when they came out with Half-Life 2, it was like they took my jokes and turned them into something unrecognizable. And I was just like, look, if I was writing this game, let me tell you, I could have done a lot more with the material. I think a lot of people could have, if they were able to take a cold look at it or an enthusiast's look at it, rather than the weird, like embarrassed, in the spotlight, unexpectedly reaction of these game devs who did not expect their first game to pop off like this. I would have spent the whole game with people just going, "Hey, it's Gordon Freeman," and then somebody else goes, "Who?" And it was he did this shit at Black Mesa. Oh right, Black Mesa. That was like 22 years ago, right? Where was that? It wasn't even in the same fucking side of the planet. There's no way everybody would know who this guy is. Fuck no. No, it just doesn't scan. None of it does. But it could have. It really could have. And I will forever mourn the game that it could have been. Much as I mourn the game that Doom Eternal could have been, for the same reason. Doom 2016 came out, and it popped off so hard that when the same people went back to make Doom Eternal, they were so fucked over by the fan reaction that they just weren't able to see straight. And the thing they produced is so full of its own fucking dick. It is so up its own asshole that I find it intolerable. I can't play 10 seconds of it. It is so bad. It missed the point of the entire first game. And I just feel like that's a perfect pairing. To Doom Eternal and Half-Life 2. That's not true. I hate Doom Eternal completely. I don't hate Half-Life 2. It's just a great disappointment. Doom Eternal is unplayable. I'm really glad that the dev team that's making the next one is like tacitly admitting that maybe Eternal was a big fucking mess and that maybe a lot of people hated it far more than you might think, because they spent their entire announcement trailer like the in-depth one, the like 15-minute explainer for the new game, just basically saying over and over, it's not like Doom Eternal. It's not like Doom Eternal. It's not like Doom Eternal. Please, God, buy this game. Please, we apologize. We're so sorry. And I'm glad, because I'm one of the people who was not going to buy the next Doom game if they made it like Eternal. So, in any case, yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like 744 is right. Like, New Vegas is not necessarily comparable, especially because you are a nobody. However, that is a more interesting game. It is a more interesting story. The idea of playing a celebrity hero, I don't like. I just don't want to do that. And there was no way they were going to make me like that. It couldn't have happened. Maybe if that appeals to you more, like I ain't judging, but like I'm just saying if that idea appeals to you more, then maybe it's just not a problem. But for me, that is such a boring idea. The idea of playing the big hero everybody knows, like there's a reason that is not really a heavily trod path in video games or movies or anything. Hell, the comic books, as I understand it, have spilled an enormous amount of ink and paint on the idea of what do you do when that is who you are and you don't want to be, or when people expect more of you than you can deliver, or when you're tired of being the hero. And again, as far as I know, everybody agrees that is a far more interesting story than Superman punches out another Nazi, even if we do appreciate, Did Superman punch out Nazis? I don't remember. He was there at the right time, but I don't know if he did. Anyway, so I need to go. I need to eat food. I have not eaten anything. But, oh, no, absolutely, 744. Your contributions were substantial. Everybody else did as well. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the $5 donation. Here's 45 minutes of dialogue. That's my opinion on the Half-Life games. All right. Well, everybody, thank you all for coming. It has been great. Just as a reminder to anybody who was not here earlier, part of the reason that I'm doing a stream today, and part of the reason my mic probably sounds better than last time, is because I finally have a home office that is pleasant to be in. Thanks to Daria, who forced me to move out of the basement, and I was against it for a mix of reasons that were not very valid, as it turned out. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but she has almost single-handedly been responsible for me having a far better environment at home to do things in. My last 6 or 8 streams were from her room, and it was not the most comfortable thing for either of us. But now I actually have some place that's my own and is not gross, thanks to ingress of water from the outdoors, among other things. So it's purple, by the way, not blue. It's Sun Solaris colored. All right. I'm going to take off. Thank you all so much. Have a good night. Have a good year.